have a lot to do in getting the basics right. As a nation, we have suffered a lot, as much as we have all the resources and we have all the beautiful people and all the smiling people. We have got some little thing missing. As in marketing, as we call it, that many P's. Now I don't know how many P's for last like 2 years now out of the mercantile commercial world, and there may have more P's have been added. But whatever it is, the only P that I believe in out of all the P's is positioning. When I first read the book by Al Rice and Jack Trout, I thought that should be it. And the very thing that we miss as a nation, this positioning exercise. So it is my belief, and a strong belief, that if we can get this particular positioning right, as far as our brand, our beloved brand, this mother Sri Lanka, we can develop our country not just in terms of material development and that expected wholesome development. Unfortunately, politicians and therefore the government, and as a result of that the bureaucracy, they don't understand that there is something very simple in this game. That's called positioning. So we can do everything to promote Sri Lanka, but if we don't understand the concept of positioning, as we all know as marketeers and believers of brand builders, it is not possible. So where we have gone wrong today, we must be frank and honest, even in front of our international guests, because this is, after all, a gathering of marketeers. We have got it wrong in terms of not understanding the basics of our product and the product offerings. Therefore, we haven't understood the value of differentiation. As a result, we have no idea of country positioning, and as a result, we don't have a brand which can compete with our regional players. In tourism, example, Maldives have built a brand. Maldives is a massive brand today, which has massive equity and which in fact does not technically justify compared with the product offering. Whereas in our product, when we have got a perfect product, we have basically simply failed convert this product to a brand. So I think it is, in fact, time that we marketeers get together and try to convince the government that there is something very simple that they have to do. They don't have to spend a lot of money. I think they can get these services free of charge from, the Slim, friends from Slim and friends attached to Slim. But they have to first understand they should not ignore this reality. However, having said that, if you are to position this country, and very simple, as I said, get the product offerings, which is also simple. I don't want to take time because you know this game. But then take the key areas where we want to compete with the rest of the brands. We should forget the products. We should not fight with the products. We fight with the brands. So, in terms of us fighting in the arena of tourism, we got to position Sri Lanka as a premium product. With these brand values. And that has to get communicated. Now we all talk very proudly. We have this, we have that. We have elephants. True, we have elephants. Various types of elephants. But however, what matters is what gets communicated to the rest of the world. The other beautiful P in our marketing language is a perception. So positioning would drive to create a perception. So we have to be careful in crafting our brand so that perception is created. Now the perception today about our tourism product, as an example, is nowhere compared to rest of the brands in the world. We are actually a very raw product. We still talk about how much dollars we can give as a discount. Our room rates are the lowest in the region. That too, we still compete the very lowest levels. Frankly speaking, we are in an undercutting business than promoting hospitality. So, it is our belief that if we are to take our motherland to the next level, even in terms of attracting investments, we got to build brand Sri Lanka, not product Sri Lanka. Brand Sri Lanka, perceptually, a perception of Sri Lanka in terms of being in the consideration set for an investor to come. It has to have that power. So, we have to sit back and think, have we actually created that power? For people to believe that there is an island called Sri Lanka, we should go and invest in this country. So that is why I would have liked if we could get more involved in this process of thinking, if at all, if there is any process, to help the decision makers, to put them on the right path, to tell them all what we do in this country, and sometimes we are simply careless, and in making statements, doing things together, projects, and we are inviting all the diplomats to one big seminar and say that a country has full of all what we don't want to hear. It is not the right way, and I don't want our friends who have traveled from abroad to think that we are not a country to be in their consideration set. So the reality is that while we talk about our product attributes, which is the truth, we have everything, but we have not got the simple thing right. So I wouldn't take much of your time because you're all marketeers. I only would want to basically remind you also that that we have a role to play. As you all know, now there I saw in this sponsors, among the sponsors, there are about 12 brands that I have created, and most of the brand names are mine. So you don't have to be a scientist to be that and create brands and understand the concept of differentiation, positioning. The two things, that's all in the world, nothing else. That's the gospel, and the day we can convince the decision makers, our country will be right there on top and nobody would be able to compete with us. Thank you very much for listening to me.
We'd like to invite Dilip Javeri to remain on stage, as we do have a special token of appreciation for you to be handed over as well. And to do the honors, we'd like to invite Professor Devasiri N. Jayanta, President, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing. We'd like to invite Mr. Helmuran Khattaja, the founder and World Marketing Forum, founder and chair of Market Plus Corporation as well. And also we'd like to invite Mr. Asanka Perera, Project Chair, World Marketing Forum 2025, Treasurer, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, to join us on stage to present a very special token of appreciation for our wonderful participation of Mr. Dilip Jayavira. Ladies and gentlemen, himself has created a brand, and also himself is a brand, and also thank you very much for the wonderful contribution that he's contributed for the World Marketing Forum 2025. Let's put our hands together. And thank you very much once again to Mr. Dilip Jayavira for joining us for the World Marketing Forum Day 2 and igniting us along with the right value propositions that we all should look forward in creating a lot more great things as well. Thank you very much once again to Mr. Dilip Jayavira. And coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be another very, very special address as well. And we are about to move along with the Marketing Drives the National Competitiveness and Growth. And to do the honors to address on this topic, I would like to invite someone very, very special. And it is I introduced our keynote speaker of this wonderful day. He is the chairman and the non-executive director of the Bank of Ceylon, Sri Lanka, the largest commercial bank with over 3 decades of distinguished experience in the banking and financial industry. Now, he has been a driving force behind the success of many leading financial institutions, both in Sri Lanka and abroad as well. And also, in addition to his role of BOC, he is the chairman and executive director of BOC UK, chairman and non-executive director of Property Development Limited, and also many more in his lineup as well. And also, ladies and gentlemen, prior to his tenure at BOC, he was over 20 years at Citibank, and where he served as a director and country business head. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and privilege in inviting to take us on a journey of the vital connection between marketing and economics power. Please welcome the chairman of the Bank of Ceylon, Mr. Kavinda de Souza, to address us on Marketing Drives National Competitiveness and Growth. Over to you.
Thank you and good morning. Professor Philip Kotler, Professor Helmuran Khattaja, Professor Jayanta Devasiri, Dr. Sharif Islam, Mr. Roger Wang, Mr. Jack Shin Yao, Mr. Chris Daly, Professor Bu Jung King, Ms. Helen McIntyre Carlyle, Dr. Deng Hu Foy. Good morning and thank you for giving me the opportunity for the invitation to do the keynote speech for the second day. Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished representatives of the World Marketing Federation, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the introduction. I would also like to say that I'm a professional marketeer, fellow of CIM, UK. I'm a professional finance and accountant and a professional banker. So what you will hear from me is a mix of a combination of finance, marketing, banking. Also, you'll hear about Bank of Ceylon, you'll hear about Sri Lanka, and you'll hear about branding. It's a confluence, a mix of all this, and these are my personal views, not the institutions, any of which I represent. I also sit on the global board of CIMA UK. It gives me great honor and pleasure to lead Bank of Ceylon. Over the last 12 months, I think we have achieved something phenomenal. You see some great brands here, and we as a bank, the management team and the marketing team is right in front of me. We achieved the #1 most valued brand in Sri Lanka. This is with multinationals, global corporates, local large institutions. To emerge as number one, I believe, is a great testament of the tenacity, the focus, and correct execution of marketing strategies at leadership level. Remember, we are 86 years young. We are the largest bank in Sri Lanka, and we continue to be agile and very customer focused. It is one of our key strengths that we identify opportunities in the market. We continue to go to sectors where no one has gone. Our investment over those 86 years is where we brought our brand to number one. If we go, recently we opened a bank connection center in Anilatiu Island. I don't think most of you may not know where Anilatiu Island is. It's at the very north of Sri Lanka. You need to take a boat. It will take you half an hour to 45 minutes to get to that island. And on that island, there are roughly 3,000 people. Today, they are connected to the global banking system. And believe me, their children are studying in the developed world, doing great jobs, and today they are able to send home money to their parents using the international connectivity of what we have facilitated. Apart from that, we as a bank are represented across universities, schools, hospitals, etc. 2,500 touch points. 36% of total ATM transactions happen through Bank of Ceylon. The entire nation facilitating digitization, digital payments is also facilitated through Bank of Ceylon. Imagine the investment we need to do. Imagine the focus on security and continuity and service. We have roughly 15 million customers on record, maybe more. There are 22 million Sri Lankans. We have to ensure and we try to deliver customer service. It's at our very top of the agenda on our ethos. So I would like to also, we are all marketeers, so I want to put my marketing hat on and maybe throw a few ideas which I thought could maybe intellectually stimulate you as well. From day one, I always thought marketing as a social science. Marketing today sits at the intersection of human behavior, economic forces, and technology. It is not simply about promoting products and services. It's about understanding people and how societies create exchange and value. Marketing is fundamentally about why people think, feel, decide, and act. We need to draw deeply from psychology, which helps us to understand motivation and perception, sociology, which explains identity, culture, and group influence, anthropology reveals the rituals, symbols, and meaning of people attached to consumption. I really want to drive this point where I am. Marketing is not about selling or advertising. It's much, much more. It's time that the world realize the differences of this and how deep marketing is in terms of driving strategy and giving institutions to achieve world-class level. Communities form around brands because people are influenced not as isolated individuals, but as part of social networks. Family, friends, peers, influencers, and online communities shape demand long before purchase, especially in today's culture. I recently read a study, a person's attention span is 20 seconds. So if I'm not interesting, all of you will go onto your phones and will be switching through Instagram and Facebook and other social media. Imagine the pressure on keeping a brand strong and getting attention of people. If we are not, within 20 seconds, you lose the focus of the person. This is why storytelling and symbolism matters. A brand is no longer a logo or tagline. It's a social signal. Nike, Apple, Mercedes. When I talk this, you get a perception of the brand and the service and the product. They represent identity, aspiration, and belonging. And in our own way, in our own humility, Bank of Ceylon is the #1 brand in Sri Lanka. We are also keeping our focus in being top of the mind recall in terms of where we want to position our products and services. The Bank of Ceylon stands tall as a national institution, And we have, to date, we are the only bank in the UK and India. Two corridors which are very, very important. I am sure the speakers yesterday would have touched how important the Sri Lanka-India corridor is. We have been in the UK since 1949. We just celebrated 75 years. I'm honored to be the chairman of BOC UK Private Limited as well. And we will continue to look at creating opportunities. The previous speaker spoke about Maldives. We are the largest Sri Lankan bank which is present in Maldives. Actually, we have 2 branches in Maldives. And we will continue to look at other areas as well. We have a footprint in Africa through Seychelles. We are established in the UK. We are in India, and we will continue to look at further opportunities, especially to create the trade windows between the two countries, and also to facilitate our Sri Lankan communities and businessmen who want to communicate and invest. So post this meeting, if you need, you can speak to our team, whichever part of the world you are. We can see all these flags from different countries. We will be able to help channel business opportunities. Okay, talking about brands, a fun fact. Research continues to prove that people decide emotionally and justify rationally. This is widely supported by research in psychology, behavioral economics, and marketing sciences. Post-purchase behavior, post-purchase thought process, that's something we all know. One thing that I learned in my early stages in banking, and which I continue to tell my teams, I have a career of over 33 years, is cognitive consonance and cognitive dissonance. Whatever product or service you are doing, we at Bank of Ceylon also are thriving to deliver, keep our promises on the cognitive consonance perspective. If you get to cognitive dissonance, it will not take us anywhere. It will damage us. So we need to promise and deliver better. It's a very strong thing that as a strategy at Bank of Ceylon we are driving. A few things on economics I thought again, how economics shape marketing. As you know, supply, demand, and price sensitivity. I'm touching these things because a lot of people think marketing is just fluffy. No way. It's very, very deep. Marketing has its roots from economics and finance as well, apart from all the other things that I touched. We must understand what people are willing to pay, how demand shifts when prices shift, where our brand sits in the value spectrum. We as a country have gone through a very dark period, and we have today have research very, very strong on a growth trajectory. The team will not forget how demand was impacted during the tough economic crisis, and today you will see how almost all industries are showing double-digit growth. These are strong perspectives, and also for marketeers who are looking into coming into Sri Lanka, this is the time. I know a lot of people spoke about it. One more thing, marketing as an investment. In tight conditions, ROI, attribution, performance media, and data discipline become non-negotiable. Marketing must be positioned as an investment with measurable return, not as a cost center. People should understand how to calculate ROI on marketing strategies and efforts. And also, I think we need to move away from thinking that it is a cost center. No way can we do that. We need to continue to invest and look at positioning ourselves. That is how you can come to a brand. And with all humility again, you can take Bank of Ceylon as an example. A true Sri Lankan brand identity, achieving the #1 position in the country. Let's touch a bit about the modern marketing landscape. We now operate in a global ad economy exceeding over $1 trillion. Growth is real but uneven. Digital dominates, and winners are those who combine data, creativity, and trust. I personally have a strong emphasis on data-driven decision making. I believe gone are the days where emotional decisions are done. It has to be factual, it has to be data-driven, it has to be deep-rooted. It should not be a myopic short-term view. We need to have a long-term view in terms of investment. I recall reading Marketing Myopia, that article. It still is in my DNA. And we will always take decisions in terms of medium term, short term, long term, in the right balance for the institution and the greater good. AI is moving from pilots to production. Organizations are no longer asking, does AI matter? They are asking, how do we scale it responsibly? AI can automate workflows, accelerate insights, personalize creativity at scale. But true value lies not in replacing human creativity rather than amplifying it. I wish to emphasize agentic AI is the new theme in the world, and most corporations are really driving it. We need to embrace it. It's going to be the future. I'll touch a bit on my finance and accounting background. When the calculator came, people thought accountants are no more. They are all here, they are doing fine, and they are contributing strongly. Same way, we need to embrace AI, and we need to instill and create and give opportunity for creativity to arise. No matter how great AI is, I think fundamentally human creativity will continue to be above all this. It's up to us as leaders to get this creative element and convert it into strategy and execution. Sustainability and trust. I was told yesterday that both keynote speakers touched this point. And I'm happy to say at Bank of Ceylon, we have met all 17 UN Sustainability Development Goals, and we continue to invest in ESG. Way before ESG was an acronym that became very popular. Remember, 86 years, banker to the nation, responsible finance, these have driven us to embrace sustainability and trust. I believe we are the bank with the largest rooftop solar panel in the country. So these are just some examples of what we do in terms of creating ecosystems which are on the ESG framework. As the chairman of Bank of Ceylon, we are bringing governance at the highest level and let the work do the talking. I will not talk about it, but I am really honored to have a fantastic, a professional, a strong board which continues to give deep insights that will take Bank of Ceylon into the next 100 years forward. I would also like to market Sri Lanka a bit. It was done a lot, but I think Sri Lanka is coming onto a new economic renaissance. We touched on the human potential. We touched on the natural resources. We touched on our traditional exports and the newer products which we are exporting. Sri Lanka is a destination which is at one of the best locations in the world map, if you rightly see it. Remember, with my 20 years of multinational banking experience, positioning again in the global map is also important. So, over the last 20 odd years, my interactions with multinationals, I'll share a different story because you all heard all the speakers touch other things. The CEOs, the CFOs, and senior CXOs, when they leave Sri Lanka, after serving 3 to 5 years, they will come and tell me, you know, I'm very sad to leave Sri Lanka. My wife, my children are actually trying to see whether they can continue in Sri Lanka. Why is that? Remember, we are a nation which continues to give regional proximity. From Sri Lanka, you can fly to any part of South Asia on a direct flight. On the geopolitics side, we continue to be non-aligned, but we are an active nation which is participation on economic benefits. So our capability to connect to all these countries gives a strong emphasis for regional presence for multinationals and regional players. Our mobile technology, our data communication, as you know, Colombo is running 5G, and we are also testing 5G in the major cities, 4Gs across the country. Our banking system, we have real-time settlement systems which are unparalleled into whole of South Asia. The education system, the quality of living, all of these things are great opportunities, and we know multinationals are looking and exploring setting regional centers in Sri Lanka. I'm not sure whether many of you know the leading multinationals use Sri Lanka as a testing ground to test their FMCG products, because the Sri Lankan consumer, in a way, despite the demographics, are more an advanced level of consumption. They will test these products, whether it's FMCG, whether it's technology, and then roll it out in scale on large markets. Sri Lanka is definitely what is Singapore and Hong Kong to rest of Asia. It's the power of converting and getting this opportunity and realizing the full potential for the business leaders to embrace. Let me close with a few final thoughts. Again, marketing is not the art of selling. It's the science of understanding people and the economics of how societies allocate value. As marketeers, we do more than shape brands. We shape culture, aspiration, trust, progress. If we act with empathy, intelligence, and integrity, our influence will extend far beyond commerce. Bank of Ceylon is a true example. We to date continue as the most profitable institution in history in Sri Lanka. But our commerce and our numbers is not what we appreciate and value. It's the contribution that we have done to the country, being the backbone, supporting our societies, supporting segments which actually most would not want to bank. An example is Aswasuma. We have the largest bank accounts and we have given them a credit card, we have given them a debit card, bringing them into the digital ecosystem. This is a segment which was not touched by anyone. We are almost at 500,000 accounts, I believe, and is an example of how we take social responsibility apart from managing financial numbers. But remember, we will keep the focus. We will ensure we continue our performance in what we have been, what we will continue to do. Again, the numbers do the talking. Sri Lanka has great investment opportunities for world business leaders to embrace and also enjoy the beauty, culture, many more that the country has to offer. The first mover advantage is key. Again, another story. A leading businessman, a foreign national, met me on a business opportunity discussion in terms of a concept. And what they were saying was, after this, I'm going to go surfing. I'm going to do, these are the type of things, whether it's mountain climbing, wildlife, religious. Most of you have heard of emotional intelligence. You have heard about mindfulness, but I don't know how many of you know that the meditation and the deep-rooted perspectives have actually come from Sri Lanka. These gentlemen who wrote these books, who talk about meditation, being present, it is through our culture. It's a 2,000-odd-year-old culture. So maybe you may want to take up meditation. Maybe you want to take up water sports, mountaineering. All these things could be done along with your work as well. Finally, I wish each of you an enriching rest of the day, and may the ideas shared here continue to inspire your work ahead. There is tremendous opportunity. Those who come in first will have the first mover advantage. I think you will see it in the asset prices, whatever the class. Alternative investments, you have different asset classes from real estate to fixed income, currencies to commodities to obviously equities. Across Sri Lanka, all of these things are progressing very, very strongly. And we believe that this rise will continue. The government has set up an ecosystem which is transparent. Governance is priority, and they will not get into business. This has been told publicly by the president himself. So governance will be done by the government, and they want businesses to thrive. And as the largest banker in Sri Lanka, we will be there to support you when you come to do business in Sri Lanka. Thank you. Have a pleasant day.
We'd like to invite the chairman to remain on stage, as we do have a very, very special token of appreciation to be handed over to Mr. Kavinda de Souza, the chairman of the Bank of Ceylon. And to do the honors to present the token of appreciation, we'd like to invite Professor Devasiri N. Jayantha, President of Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, and also Mr. Asanka Perera, Project Chair, World Marketing Forum 2025, Treasurer, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, to join us on stage to present a very, very special token of appreciation to our very own Mr. Kavinda de Souza, the chairman of the Bank of Ceylon. And ladies and gentlemen, yes, let's put our hands together. And yes, under the leadership of our very own chairman, the Bank of Ceylon achieved a record-breaking performance, including the highest ever profit by any Sri Lankan bank or corporate, and recognition of the most valuable banking brand in the nation as well. And its vision and leadership continues to shape the future of the country's financial landscape, strengthening BOC's presence across India, Maldives, and also Seychelles as well. And thank you very much for the integrity, innovation, and the strong commitment and ethical leadership of Mr. Kavinder De Soisa. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we do have another special engagement to be done on stage as well. And this is going to be a very, very special, exciting news for the marketing fraternity here in Sri Lanka as well. And yes, following an inspiring address by the very own chairman, it is now time to unveil the exciting news for the SLIM members. And we are delighted to announce that SLIM has partnered with the Bank of Ceylon, BOC, to bring an exclusive privilege to all of you, and for the very specially to the marketing fraternity of Sri Lanka as well. And also, as a valued SLIM member, you can now obtain your BOC multi-currency travel card, MCTC, absolutely free of charge for your next overseas journey as well. And recognized as the #1 prepaid travel card here in Sri Lanka, the BOC multi-currency travel card is your ultimate travel companion, offering the convenience of loading as using multiple currencies on a single card. Accepted worldwide, now you can say goodbye to currency exchange hassles and enjoy smooth, secure, and rewarding travel experience as well. And as SLIM members represent the #1 marketing fraternity in the country, this collaboration unites two leading brands, BOC and SLIM, to offer unmatched value and convenience to our nation's finest professionals as well. And ladies and gentlemen, to officially mark this partnership, we'd like to invite the following dignitaries to join us on stage to share their MOU in this wonderful morning as well. I would like to invite Professor Devasiri N. Jayantha, President, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing; Mr. Chamil Wickramasinghe, Chief Executive Officer, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing; and also Dr. Dilhan Jayatilaka, Vice President, Education and Research, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing. And also we'd like to invite Mr. Kavinder De Soisa, Chairman, Bank of Ceylon; Mr. Y.A. Jayatilaka, General Manager, Bank of Ceylon; Mr. G.A. Jayashantha, Deputy General Manager, International Treasury and Investment, Bank of Ceylon. And also we'd like to invite the Chief Manager, International Bank of Ceylon, Ms. Rasika De Silva, to join us on stage to hand over the Memorandum of Understanding on this beautiful and exciting day at the World Marketing Forum 2025. Let's put our hands together. And also we'd like to invite Mr. Asanka Perera, the Project Chair, World Marketing Forum 2025, the Treasurer of Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, also to join us on stage to do the honors and the handing over of the Memorandum of Understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we unveil the multi-currency travel card, BOC, to our SLIM members for the marketing fraternity here in Sri Lanka. What a moment to share, and what an absolute pleasure to share it with the next overseas journey to all our SLIM members as well. Congratulations. Thank you very much. And also we'd like to invite all our BOC representatives to remain on stage. We'd like to invite all of you to remain on stage. And also we'd like to say thank you to Mr. Chamil Wickramasinghe as well. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we do have another very special thing to be handed over as well. And in marking the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, it's now time to officially hand over. We'd like to invite all of you to remain on stage. Yes, please. We do like to invite you all to remain on stage as we are officially now handing over the Bank of Ceylon multi-currency travel card for the governing body of Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing. And it is now time to hand it over to our very own Professor Devasiri N. Jayantha, President, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing; Mr. Asanka Perera, Treasurer of Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, from the hands of the representatives of BOC, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, as we mark the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, and it is now time to hand over the official Bank of Ceylon multi-currency travel card for our representatives and the governing body of Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing. And from the hands of our representatives, Bank of Ceylon representatives will be handing over it to our very own, yes, let's put our hands together, to Professor Devasiri N. Jayantha, President, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing. And also we'd like to invite it to be handed over to Mr. Asanka Perera, Treasurer, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing. Thank you very much. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, what a moment that we are celebrating. And ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to go for a very, very short break. And since the time is very, very limited resource that we are all looking forward on the second day of the World Marketing Forum, we'd like to invite all of you. Let's break for a 10-minute break and like to see you all once again sharp after 10 minutes on the same premises. And meantime, we're going to have a playback of our very special sponsors videos as well. And once again, thank you very much to all of our sponsors and partners who have joined in making the World Marketing Forum once again a tremendous success as well. Let's break for a 10 minutes short tea break and see you all soon because we got many more exciting things lined up for the today's proceedings. So looking forward to see you all back here after 10 minutes. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite all our sponsors and delegates to join us at the Horizon Room for the tea. And also we'd like to invite all our other delegates to join us at the foyer area for your tea as well. And ladies and gentlemen, looking forward to see you soon after 10 minutes along with our proceedings for the day 2 of the World Marketing Forum 2025 right at the Mount Lebanon, Colombo, Sri Lanka. Thank you very much. And all our sponsors and delegates, looking forward to see you at the Horizon Room and the other delegates at the foyer area. Thank you very much.
No and sunlight. 97% of our products are manufactured in Sri Lanka at our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities, supporting thousands of livelihoods across our supply ecosystem. Good times or challenging times, the consumer has always come first. We believe in leading for innovation and market development and delivering desirable products and experiences, while upholding our standards as a responsible corporate citizen of Sri Lanka. Our 4-pillar sustainability framework is at the heart of everything we do. Recognized consistently as an employer of choice, we remain committed to talent development and offering world-class employee experiences. At Unilever, we brighten everyday life for all. We play to win as a business and as a corporate citizen. Let's come together to win with a winning Sri Lanka.
වීවා උකුතේ රසයක් පිරිපුන් එකතුවක්.
අද සහන් ස්පෙෂල් මොනාද ඔට්ටු අක්කගේ කෑමවලට වඩා දෙගුණයක් රසයි.
එහෙනම් අද කුසිය දෙක කරයි වගේ. දෙගුණයක් රසට කෑම හදන්න දෙගුණයක් භාජන. ඕවා හොදන්නවට සබනුත් දෙගුණයක් ඕන වෙයි.
සබන් වලට වඩා දෙගුණයක් භාජන සෝදන අලුත් විම් කැටේ තියෙද්දි සබන් මොකටද?
දෙහි 100ක බලය සමගින් භාජන දෙගුණයක් සෝදන විම් බාර්.
මල්ලිත් දැන් යමකම දන්නවනේ.
I've got the card. The world's in my head.
Wherever your travels take you.
I'm ready to go.
Pay with just one card.
I'm ready to go.
The BOC multi-currency travel card.
One card. Endless adventure.
Travel light, travel secure, and travel cashless. One card, endless adventures.
A shocking surprise. Color. It's a different vibe. Bourbon. An indescribable taste of love. Rose. A mesmerizing delicacy.
Premium cocoa to make every moment truly delightful. Munchy Black Edition. Go dark, Venos.
I've got the card. The world's in my head.
Wherever your travels take you.
I'm ready to go.
Pay with just one card.
I'm ready to go.
The BOC multi-currency travel card.
One card. Endless adventure.
Travel light, travel secure, and travel cashless. One card, endless adventures.
Come join the people cheer. Are they finally here? A whole new era with the joy of rich cocoa. Whole life's a treat again. So good it's almost insane. With a chocolate star by the name of Rocoa.
Say hola to Richbury Rocoa. Chocolates made from premium cocoa. Fillings and flavors for the full fiesta.
Yes, the name is Rocoa. Go cherry, clothes and bar. It's time for Rocoa. Come taste la vida Cocoa.
Every modern office needs sophistication, cutting-edge precision, and seamless support. Which is why every modern professional needs Vantage. For those who demand the best, Vantage delivers. Elevate your performance every day. Vantage for the modern professional.
අපි මේ කොහෙද යන්නේ සංජය? කොච්චර දුර වුණත් කමක් නැහැ. අපි පුතාව කොළඹ හොස්පිටල් එකකට අරගෙන යමු.
අසනීපයක් වුණාම දුර යන්නේ මොකටද? හොඳම හොස්පිටල් එක තියෙන අපි ළඟමනේ.
හේමස්.
ඔව්. අපිට ළඟම තැන. ඒ වගේම හොඳම තැන.
Experience healthcare of international standards, now at truly affordable prices. From Sri Lanka's most internationally accredited hospital, Hema's Hospitals. What's best for you is right next to you. Now rated Sri Lanka's most loved hospital according to LMD Brand Finance Research.
The start of a journey begins with a vision. To the road ahead, to new memories waiting to be made. From everyday drives to unforgettable adventures, life opens up when you're ready to go further. With space for adventures, strength for every challenge, style that makes a statement, we take you beyond the ordinary. Go with more possibilities.
premium performance, reimagined for all.
It's a whole new world. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new world. Kobe.
Start up your engine, ready your rifle, jump in the water, taste all the magic.
Come hold your breath and leap into wonder. Take aim and fire, now start it over. Time to jump in the deep end. Riding and start screaming. It's a wild new experience. You've gotta dive in to feel it. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new world. Oh, babe. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new world. Oh, babe.
Pearl Bay, Bandaragama, a member of the David Peary's group of companies.
After I switch to David Peary's solar, I get the sun to work for me, which means there's no burden on me or the country, and there's no electricity bill pressure at all, which means I can save for my children's higher education.
And go on that trip we planned.
Now I truly have financial freedom.
That's why I said let's get solar.
Because David Peary's solar is a name I can trust.
Switch off your bill, switch on life. David Peary's Solar, as trusted as the sun.
If it's vehicle leasing, it's Asset Line Finance. The best leasing solutions for brand new, unregistered, registered and electric vehicles. Asset Line Finance Limited. Call 0114 700 100.
Here's to the happiness of starting your day as we open our doors to greet you with a smile and share new experiences. Here's to time spent with friends, in partnerships continued or a partnership beginning. The happiness of figuring out life and serving you. A taste of happiness in every moment. Barista. Brewing happiness.
Dainty twist. Hapa happening. Dainty wafers. Kaage karas එක. Extra fresh. අසාමාන්‍ය සිසිලසක්. From the oceans of excellence to spaces which are out of this world, it's relished across 65 countries. The white pack of Munchie Lemon Puff that has been everywhere, delighting everyone.
世上最好的饼干之一，这是 Munchie 柠檬泡芙。
Munchie Lemon Puff. Extraordinarily special taste.
Over the decades, the Richardson Group has grown and diversified, establishing Richardson Projects in 1995 to handle turnkey projects for Sri Lankan companies. The year 2000 saw the inception of Richardson Electrical, followed by Richardson Engineering in 2011, which now caters to the railway and power sectors with products like concrete railway sleepers and transmission poles. Our journey began in 1998 with a vision to transform the landscape of outdoor advertising in Sri Lanka. What started as a corporate social responsibility initiative has evolved into a pioneering force in the OOH industry. We have modernized airport advertising, enhanced commuter convenience through upgraded bus shelters, and improved street signage to international standards. Our efforts have not only elevated the aesthetic appeal of our cities, but have also provided brands with impactful platforms to connect with their audiences. With our aim to transform the landscape of outdoor media in Sri Lanka, we took on the exclusive ownership of Colombo, and while elevating the image of the city with our exclusive assets, we have enhanced the commuter convenience at 125 bus shelters by incorporating lighting and Wi-Fi, and introduced 250 billboards that have helped keep our city clean by eliminating wall posters. We've installed over 1,800 street name boards across Colombo, providing convenience to citizens, along with number plaques for every home and business. 60 gantries, including 5 state-of-the-art digital gantries in the center of the road in your line of sight, provide the highest advertising impact for brands while providing directional assistance to commuters. Soon, prime buntings on Goal Road, providing a brand new digital out-of-home experience through repetitive video advertising. This will be complemented by 4 visually stunning cutting-edge LED gantry screens at 3 at prime locations, including Goalface Centre Road, Goal Road near the National Savings Bank, and Kolpeti Supermarket. Bambalapetia Junction will also feature a large format LED at an iconic location. Our partnership with the airport and aviation services positions us as their exclusive advertising franchisee for the emigration, transit, immigration, pier, and boarding gate areas of the Bandara Nayaka International Airport. Our partnership has transformed the overall airport environment through the positioning of over 100 digital and static assets that include a stunning, spectacular wall that spans the pier, providing brands the opportunity to capture the attention of all travelers. Through cutting-edge technology and innovative solutions and partnerships with world-class advertising technology partners, we aim to offer unparalleled transparency and effectiveness measurement in outdoor advertising. Our advanced AI-driven people counting systems and real-time data analytics empower brands to track people counting systems and real-time data analytics empower brands to track engagement and optimize campaigns. We ensure that every campaign is impactful and measurable. Our clients' success continues to be our foremost priority. Together, we will navigate the future of advertising, ensuring that our clients not only meet but exceed their growth aspirations. We are every brand's steadfast partner in providing measurable, data-driven out-of-home media solutions. Richardson Outdoor, at the forefront of out-of-home evolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, inviting all of you to join us at the Inside Premises as we're going to start along the second session for the Day 2 at the World Marketing Forum 2025. Asia to the World, World Marketing Forum 2025. Second day, second session is about to start on. Thank you very much. Looking forward to see you soon as possible as we are a little bit of a schedule as well. So that's why inviting all of you to join us for the premises to start along the second day, the World Marketing Forum. Second session of second day.
over 100 years, we at Unilever have been delighting Sri Lankan consumers with our products across home care, personal care, beauty and food segments. With loved brands such as Lux, Signal, Dove, Vaseline, Knorr and Sunlight. 97% of our products are manufactured in Sri Lanka at our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities, supporting thousands of livelihoods across our supply ecosystem. Good times or challenging times, the consumer has always come first. We believe in leading for innovation and market development and delivering desirable products and experiences, while upholding our standards as a responsible corporate citizen of Sri Lanka. Our four-pillar sustainability framework is at the heart of everything we do. Recognized consistently as an employer of choice, we remain committed to talent development and offering world-class employee experiences. At Unilever, we brighten everyday life for all. We play to win as a business and as a corporate citizen. Let's come together to win with a winning Sri Lanka.
වීවා උකුතේ රසයක් පිරිපුන් එකතුවක්.
අද සහන් ස්පෙෂල්. මොනාද ඔට්ටු? අක්කගේ කෑම වලට වඩා දෙගුණයක් රසයි.
එහෙනම් අද කුසිය දෙක කරයි වගේ. දෙගුණයක් රසට කෑම හදන්න දෙගුණයක් භාජන. ඕවා හොදන්නවට සබනුත් දෙගුණයක් ඕන වෙයි.
සබන් වලට වඩා දෙගුණයක් භාජන සෝදන අලුත්
Ladies and
බිස්කට්
gentlemen,
තියෙන්නේ.
once again
සබන්
inviting all of
මොකටද?
you to join to start on the second session for the day at the Day 2 World Marketing Forum 2025. Looking forward to see you soon as possible inside because time is the most precious asset for not only for today but also for the longer journey as well. So looking forward to seeing you all to start on the second segment of the Day 2 World Marketing Forum 2025. Thank you very much.
Wherever your travels take you. Pay with just one card. The BOC multi-currency travel card.
One card, endless adventure.
Travel light, travel secure, and travel cashless. One card.
Ladies and gentlemen, final few minutes before we kickstart this second session for the Day 2 at the World Marketing Forum 2025. So inviting all of you to join us, and we're going to start along and bring along a lot of insights and good things right here on this massive stage, World Marketing Forum 2025, Asia to the World. World Marketing Forum 2025, Mount Lavinia Hotel, Colombo, Sri Lanka.
wherever your travels take you. Pay with just one card. The BOC multi-currency travel card. Travel light, travel secure, and travel cashless. One card, endless adventures.
Come join the people cheer. Are they finally here? A whole new era with the joy of rich cocoa. Whole life's a treat again. So good it's almost insane. With a chocolate star by the name of Roccoa.
Say hola to Richberry Roccoa. Chocolates made from premium cocoa. Fillings and flavors for the full fiesta.
Yes, the name is Roccoa. Go cherry clothes and bar. It's time for Roccoa. Come taste la vida cocoa.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a very, very productive tea break as well, and a lot of networking, a lot of good news, good vibes being shared all throughout these 2 days. And thank you very much for each and every one of you. And ladies and gentlemen, yes, and before we kickstart the second session for the day, and I want all of you to give a very warm round of applause with a beautiful smile on your face, everybody. Can we put our hands together, everybody, as we're looking forward for another engaging second session for the Day 2 Marketing Forum, World Marketing Forum 2025, right in Colombo, Sri Lanka. And ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation is a deep dive into successful global local brand strategy, focusing on Signal Story, the making of a nation smile. Building global brands with local impact. Signal Story, the making of a nation smile. Global brands can have a huge local impact. With over 60 plus years impact in Sri Lanka, the Signal Story is one of being the category through leader, building the category and elevating the Sri Lankan smile. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, it's all about that beautiful smile that we're going to share. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Marketing Director for Personal Care and Beauty Wellbeing at Unilever Sri Lanka. Warm round of applause. Please welcome Ms. Shamara Pereira to address the gathering, building global brands with local impact. Signal Story, the making of a nation smile.
Over 100 years, we at Unilever have been delighting Sri Lankan consumers with our products across home care, personal care, beauty and food segments. With loved brands such as Lux, Signal, Dove, Vaseline, Knorr and Sunlight. 97% of our products are manufactured in Sri Lanka at our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities, supporting thousands of livelihoods across our supply ecosystem. Good times or challenging times, the consumer has always come first. We believe in leading for innovation and market development and delivering desirable products and experiences, while upholding our standards as a responsible corporate citizen of Sri Lanka. Our 4-pillar sustainability framework is at the heart of everything we do. Recognized consistently as an employer of choice, we remain committed to talent development and offering world-class employee experiences. At Unilever, we brighten everyday life for all. We play to win as a business and as a corporate citizen. Let's come together to win with a winning Sri Lanka.
Building a global brand which lasts the test of time, that has the ability to transfer through geographies, that has the ability to evolve through the media and consumer dynamics that is changing, is one that we at Unilever believe is built on creating brands that are long-term focused, that's built on the equity of the brand rather than trading it in the short run for short-term volume or share gain. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my absolute pleasure to be here this morning in front of these esteemed guests and the foreign dignitaries, as well as the local colleagues from the marketing fraternity. My sincerest thanks to the SLIM organization, to the president, Professor Jayantha, to the World Marketing Federation founder, Professor Harmaman, to the SLIM organizers of the World Market with having clean teeth. But the real reality was that the human desire was that they desired strong teeth that lasted a lifetime. And so we oriented our brand on serving that human truth. And so from the very inception, Signal's mission and purpose has been to be the oral guardian of Sri Lankan families. And so when we built this brand some 60 years ago, we needed to change the consumer thought process to focus on strong teeth. And that was the human truth we focused on. We had to teach consumers to brush their teeth, to use toothpaste, to use a brush to brush their teeth. We needed to teach Sri Lanka the importance of fluoride. And while that journey has been completed, we still, even to date, need to continue the journey of teaching oral habits to the country. Nighttime brushing is still a campaign that is one that is present in our annual calendar as we go on. So it was a brand that was built on serving humans and building a nation's oral hygiene. So as we built our brand on this core belief of teaching the habits of brushing, we actually were able to serve consumers and win their hearts and build this category for this country. And this is the foundation of the core beliefs that has stayed true, the positioning of this brand that has stayed true throughout time. Using these core beliefs, we need to retain a differentiation. So based on our core beliefs, we needed to differentiate in this market. And how did we do that? We needed to be consistent to a memorable differentiation. And this was based on that core belief of consumers needing strong teeth. And even to date, our main variant is still called strong teeth. So we changed the consumers from then brushing their teeth with charcoal and wanting just cleaner teeth to reorienting their thought process of wanting strong teeth that last a lifetime and build our identity, our variant identity on this positioning of strong teeth. And of course, we sprinkled in some differentiation, some unique differentiation which others are not able to copy as easily. Striped toothpaste is a key part of our differentiation that helps us be different as a product in the market. Throughout time, we needed to find a memorable way of communicating this position of strong teeth. So we found a very locally relevant, very memorable way of doing so. And that was the biting of a guava fruit. Because we know that guava fruits are quite hard to bite, and it is only if you have very strong teeth that you can actually take a big bite of a guava fruit. This was the memorable, iconic, creative identity that we have put into our communication, which from the very inception of our first local advertisement more than 30 years ago to the communication that we run even today, strong teeth, and this creative articulation of a guava fruit remains part of our communication. Let's take a look.
අම්මා දවස් දවසක් දෙතරයක් ධම්මසිනෝ නේද? ඔව්. අම්මගේ දත් හයියද? ඔව්. එහෙනම් මේක කපන්නකෝ. අම්මගේ දත් හයියයි. පීර අල්ලගන්න. ඇල්ලුවට අපන්න පුළුවන්ද? කුහුණේ දත් ඔච්චර ශක්තිමත්.
සිම්පල්. නව සිග්නල්. අපේ පවුලේ දත් මදින්නේ නව සිග්නල් ස්ට්‍රෝං ටීත් වලින් විතරයිනේ.
No, play. Good habits need to be built over time. And those good habits, it's okay. Go on. Good habits need to be built over time, and building those habits take effort. What wasn't shared was another commercial which we orient our identity on, and that is building brushing rituals. Nighttime brushing rituals is something that we take on in our practice, and it's part of our annual calendar. And using music and reminding children to, please the next slide, reminding children to brush their teeth twice a day, we continue to build beyond just our brand equity to invest in creating the category and the category thought leadership. Because it is in growing the category, in creating category habit, that we as a market leader are able to actually continue to grow the category and our brand. So we evolve our product. We need to have products that are evolving. We need to have science-led products that is also able to drive premiumization in this market. So consistency across our Ps in product, in proposition, place is critical for us to build this. So when it comes to price and price architecture, we ensure that we are able to give the value-based consumer the price equation that they require, while we also ensure that there is access that enables us to be the kind of brand that is available nationwide. Through this ecosystem, we are able to ensure that we build a brand that has lasted generations, that's won the trust of generation, one brushing at a time, one smile at a time, and one day at a time. Building a brand that has lasted this many years and that has retained market leadership for more than 60 years is built on having an impact to the community. By finding something that is relevant to your community, that is needed to the community, but also it must be one that connects to your brand, that has a relevance to the brand and builds back into the brand itself. So for Signal, this community connect that helps us to have impact is taking on the task of building the oral hygiene standards of Sri Lanka. For more than 2 decades, we have impacted hundreds and thousands of families by reaching out to the school system, reaching out to the rural marginalized population, offering them dental checkups. In an evolving Sri Lanka with youth that is more digitally savvy, we today have the offering of using a QR code which is on our pack, where any one of you, anytime, anywhere, can access free dental care by accessing a tele-dentist through using the QR code. This is how we build this brand. We set aside money through our profits every year in order to build this oral hygiene standards of Sri Lanka. It is in giving back to the community that we believe we are able to build a brand that is not just recognized, but a brand that is consistently remembered and top of mind for the consumers. Finally, we need to build a brand that is culturally connected. a brand that changes with the fleeting trends of everyday digital media is not one that is able to build that consistency. But as a brand, we need to understand what it is that motivates and moves our people, to understand something that we could, as a brand, also identify with and move and change with our people, and therefore connect with them on a cultural level. For us at Signal, Sinha Boveva, which has been an evolving community and culturally led campaign, has been that campaign. You have all heard that Ayubovan is our national greeting. Ayubovan means, may you live long. Signal gave Sri Lankans a new wish, which is Sinha Boveva, which is may your smile live long. So we use something that Sri Lankans take a lot of pride in, and that is our smile. We know and we believe that we have a very resilient smile. Sri Lankans have smiled through some dark times. So we use this Sri Lankan smile and built a campaign that is able to give resilience, that is able to inspire this smile through different times and different architecture of time. So in a Sri Lanka, which was earlier torn by war, we used this campaign to give the message to Sri Lankans to find a common cause. And this was just when we had won the World Cup, and that was the inception of Sinha Boveva. To more recent times, to a Sri Lanka that was post-war united, we reminded Sri Lankans and inspired Sri Lankans to see the diversity, the art, culture, and music that brings Sri Lanka together. Through COVID, when smiles were covered behind masks, we reminded Sri Lanka that there is power in the smile that is hidden behind our masks. And in the most recent time, when Sri Lanka was brought to difficulty through a macroeconomic crisis, and Sri Lankans lost their will to smile, at Signal we believed it was our calling and a need to remind Sri Lankans, to inspire Sri Lankans that our smile can be shared. And when we share a smile, it ignites a smile in someone else. And that through this power of a smile, we can, as a nation, rise together. Sinha Boveva has been the cultural legacy for Signal. Let's see.
Ayuboviva, a greeting and a benediction rolled into one, meaning, may you live long. Signal turned this salutation into a celebration of Sri Lankan smiles, turning Ayuboviva into Sinaboveva. May your smile live long, and transforming a brand into a national movement. When Sri Lanka was caught in conflict, we showed the country that a smile could bridge any division.
මොකද මල්ලි සනත් මේ සංචාරයේ ඔබ ලැබූ
Like our music, our art, our
උතුරු කොනෙන් රැවුන ගීලා සිනාබෝ වේවා
දකුණු දිගින් නසන් පාලා සිනාබෝ වේවා නාඩි මුළුවලින් වනගලි නේද උනග පරවටුනේ
aftermath of the Easter bombings, we reminded Sri Lankans of the soothing power of a smile. When COVID struck, we celebrated the smiles behind our map. And after we went through the biggest economic collapse in our nation's history, Sinabo Veva reminded Sri Lankans of our resilience and the strength of our smiles.
අරුණ පිපෙනා ලෙසින් සිනහා එලි වැටි සිනහවෙන් සිනහා මැවේ යන්නේ මග සර තැසනිවේ ඒ මුතු සිනා සේනා සිව්දිගින් රැවුනගේ මුතු දසන් වැනි හද හසින් පැනි සිනාබෝ වේවා එවන් සිනහා මතින් සිරිලක සිනාබෝ
සිනහවෙන් සිනාවකට බූවෙන්නේ උතුම් සිනාවන්. සිග්නල් සුරක්ෂිත කරන්නේ එවන් උතුම් සිනාවන්. සිග්නල්.
While we continue to connect culturally through this big platform of Sinabo Veva, it's also important in this connected world to ensure that we are constantly connected every day. And using what Unilever globally believes is a necessity in this social world, we believe in a principle called SASSY, to simplify. It is intended to reach to different cohorts of consumers through different platforms that's necessary in this new digital world. So using science, aesthetics, sensorials, and having others said by others, or giving a young spirit to our brands. We find different avenues of connecting to our brand, with our brand, to our consumers on an everyday, regular level. So through big platforms that emotionally move and connect culturally, as well as everyday constant connectivity through the SASSY principles, we ensure that this brand is one that is not just a brand that taught Sri Lankans 60 years ago, but one that is loved and lived every day and is part of the literal fresh breath of Sri Lankans every day. So for 60 years, Signal did not just sell toothpaste. We taught Sri Lankans to brush their teeth. We didn't just grow market share, we grew a nation's smile. We didn't just build a brand, we reminded and protected this nation's smile. This has been the Signal story. This has been the strength of making a nation smile. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shamara Pereira, the Marketing Director for Personal Care and Beauty Wellbeing of Unilever Sri Lanka. And we do have a very special token of appreciation to be handed over to Ms. Shamara Pereira. And to do the honors, we would now like to invite Professor Devasiri N. Jayantha, President, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, and also to join us, Mr. Asanka Pereira, Project Chair, World Marketing Forum 2025, and Treasurer, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, to join us in handing over very special token of appreciation to Ms. Shamara Pereira, the Marketing Director for Personal Care and Beauty Wellbeing at Unilever Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Signal story, the making of a nation's smile. Building global brands with local impact. Thank you very much, Unilever Sri Lanka. the Director for Personal Care and Beauty Wellbeing at Unilever Sri Lanka, Ms. Shamara Pereira. Thank you very much for the wonderful insights that you have shared at the World Marketing Forum 2025. Bringing in Signal Story, the making of a nation's smile. All right, now we have talked about the smile, so I do have witnessing all of your beautiful smiles on your faces as well, because we do have already shared a lot of insights, a lot of knowledge, and we got many more things lined up as well. And coming up next, we're going to discuss how taking a local jewel global, and to continue focus on the local brands reaching international success, we welcome the Director, Chief Executive Officer at Ceylon Biscuit Limited, CBL Exports Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, please welcome Mr. Nalin Karunaratne, the Director, Chief Executive Officer at Ceylon Biscuits Limited and CBL Exports Private Limited, to discuss taking a local jewel global. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Slim, and the Council, the President, World Marketing Forum, the President, and the dignitaries, fellow Sri Lankans, invitees. Thank you for this opportunity. My task today, try to link this the workshops program, Asia to the world. We being a Sri Lankan company, homegrown brand, how we are trying our utmost to take Munchie to the world. So my presentation will have about two parts. I think for the benefit of the foreign dignitaries, I think you should know our history and where we have come from. Sorry to the Sri Lankans, I might bore you a bit, but in general, for everyone, a kind of a story that is not being told is how we are trying to take our brand to the rest of the world. So let me try my very best to make it interesting and tell a story that you can take home. So taking a local jewel to global, yeah, we think it's a jewel in a portfolio. Why I'm saying that? We are the world, Sri Lanka's #1 FMCG brand, recognized by Kantar World, undisputed market leader of 60%. Our closest competitor is half our size. Almost 100% household penetration, available in 70 countries in multiple ways. We have won Asia Marketing, Asian Company of the Asian Marketing Conference here for twice. Slim Brand Excellence, which we are hoping we can win some today. We have won 8 times, and we have won 5 consecutive years back to back, and we took a break and we came back this year. LMBD awarded brand, most popular loved brand, and most importantly, the most respected brand. I think respect is not easy to get, you have to earn it. I don't know how many people know this statistic. In 1968, 50% of the children below 6 years were malnutrition. I hope it is not the case today. Therefore, the Sri Lankan government and the World Food Program gave a task to Sri Lankan company to make a protein-enriched biscuit called the Adhyasa. So the Care International funded partly. Our then founder chairman, Mineka Wickramasinghe, produced a biscuit. I'm not sure some people are here. I don't think you all are that old. When I meet people, they said, oh, this biscuit came to our school, and during the lunchtime, we ate it. And that's the beginning of the Munchie brand. And we commercialize the Munchie brand from that platform as a caring brand. Today, one of the biggest portfolios in the world. When I say biggest, I mean it. We have tested this in India. We looked at we looked at India's #1 brand, #2 brand. We looked at their portfolio. We have a portfolio that's bigger than them. Quality, unparalleled. BRC AA plus, unannounced audited. We have won for 3 consecutive years, and I'll tell you later how important that is to take Munchie to the world. So we are the only confection manufacturer in South Asia to receive BRC AA plus unaudited. Of course, market leader, and we are the #1 export brand of Sri Lanka across 70 countries. Now, this is interesting. I have to challenge my previous speaker. I know she won't take it, or the company won't take it personally. Cantor World Panel have selected, I think, twice or thrice, Sri Lanka's #1 brand. And if you look at that world map, they do it for the whole world. All the brands, most of the brands that come #1 are multinationals. And we, Sri Lanka, Munchie CBL, have been able to make a difference. So sorry, guys, sorry for my previous speaker. I think she did a wonderful job, but this statistics is a truth. Going back to our caring, as I said earlier, we started with a noble thought. Of course, it was commercialized, and today what it is. We believe we want to be a caring brand, quality, innovation, and integrity. Now, integrity is absolutely important when it comes to food product, and we have been tested multiple times. When someone tells an international UK-based auditor, come anytime, unannounced, and check what we are doing, it is a kind of a testament of integrity. And when it talks about caring, we want to share and make caring as an integrated part of our business. Not bolt on, it is bolt into our business. Every touch point we give, we also receive. When I say receive, these people we touch are commercially interact with us. So we have a project called Senhasing Jamaga, funded initially by the World Bank IFC, where we go to women entrepreneurs, SMEs, and teach them how to manage their businesses. And we have touched about 12,000 such people. We are continuing. We also go to Sisudarya, we go to schools and bring a kind of help them to bring the leadership qualities. I'll give a statistic. If I go to a school, at the end of the session, I ask them, who wants to come and say a few words to the audience? If we put a percentage in Sri Lanka, less than 3% will take the initiative, have the confidence, come and say, my name is this, I'm this old, and I come from this town or home or thing. If you compare this to Europe, 40% will come. So our objective is to bring out the leadership skills in children. We also have this education, child protection. You know, how many children are abused in this country? Because mothers or parents do not recognize the vulnerabilities situation, or the children do not know. And I hope there are lawyers in this floor. There are cases where no lawyer wants to appear. So we try to do our best by educating. And the last project is the project we try to help school dropouts. This project we have been able to help almost 3 doctors, 4 engineers, and our team, if I may use my mother language, Sinhala, අපි හදන්නේ බිස්කට් විතරක් නෙමෙයි. We don't only make biscuits. But I would like to take one particular project which is very close to my heart, which was used as a case study in UN, at the UN headquarters. The case study is, as I said, we have a project Women Education on Business Management. I have blurred this lady's picture. This happened in a remote part of Sri Lanka for the foreigners to know about Sri Lankan geography. For the Sri Lankans, it's Ampara. There was, after the second day of the training, there was a expecting mother crying in a corner. And I went to her and asked, "Why are you crying?" And she said, "If my husband came to this program, he would have never committed suicide." What happened was, he was so in debt, couldn't manage because he had 2 kids, one on the way, he just committed suicide. Because of this program, she took over the business, gave birth to the third child, and had a very successful business. We have multiple stories to say how we have been able to impact people's lives. Of course, she runs a SMMT, and our heart share is more than 80%. As I said, we had a commercial interest, but we gave back. If I say don't, I'm lying. So that's the basic background of our Munchie brand, how we started, how we have evolved, and how we give back. Now, this story is how are we going taking the brand abroad. And the previous so-called leaders of our country, they spoke about our Sri Lankan and the assets we have. Yes, we have tea, spices, gems, and coconuts, and so on and so forth. We are going against the tide. We are not known for biscuits. In fact, I will show Sri Lanka is the most expensive place to make a biscuit. Yet, we are trying to conquer the world. If you look at limited economies of scale, 22 million population, 90%, 98% penetration. Where does the growth come? Our per capita consumption is highest in the world. Logistics cost very high. Our FTAs, we are still struggling to sign FTAs. If you take Vietnam, is one of the countries who has the highest FTAs in the world. You name a country, they have a FTA. And as I said earlier, cost per kg is one of the highest in this country, in the world. Yet, we have been able to sell it to 70 countries, and certain countries, we are a brand that to be recognized. I'll share some stories. What is the confidence level Munchie has to take our brand to the world? There are 2 things. One is that innovation. If we don't innovate, we cannot compete. If you take our biscuits, I was in Bangladesh a few days ago, and they said, when we go to Sri Lanka, we bring biscuits. So, our quality is absolutely brilliant. Second thing is, the first thing innovation, second thing is quality. When we go and say we are BRC AA plus, only factory in South Asia, in confectionery, people look at us twice. We look at our international expansion in two segments. One is that trading focus, because we don't have resources that we can build brands all over, so we got to select our markets that we want to compete. Other one is we have chosen markets, capex heavy, intense investment to build the brand. If you take trading, if you get into American airline, the cream cracker that we serve is from Munchie. We compete globally. We compete with brands that created cream cracker, which is the United Kingdom. Unfortunately, we're having a bit of a challenge with the new tariffs. We are discussing with the buyers, but I think we'll overcome it. And in terms of United Kingdom, it's a very competitive country. The habit of biscuits with tea was brought by the UK for the Britishers, and we are making headway by innovating and putting new products. We are not big when you all go to UK to see every shelf, but we are getting there. And certain countries like Japan, we are making products that is demanded by the local consumers. So even it is not high capex, brand investment strategy, even trading, we want to make the product palatable, locally required. In terms of the countries that we have done very well, another country that is very close to my heart because I spend a lot of time there is West Africa, Ghana. We are the number 3 brand in Ghana. Now we are set, we have a manufacturing plant. We are invested in expanding our manufacturing footprint, and we are looking at total West Africa. How successful we are? We have made number 3. We have been in a lot of discussions with neighboring countries. When they bite our product, they say, this is what I want. So much so, we have a big challenge. It's not a marketing challenge, it's a legislation challenge. People copy our brand, our color, even made in Sri Lanka is on the pack, it is made somewhere in Africa. That's the challenge we are facing, and we have taken that with the authorities, and I think they are working very closely. And we will also work with CIM and CIMA to see how we can work together to build a stronger relationship to build brands. So we also looking at multiple countries. It's too early for me to say, but those countries we are looking at capex intense investment level. So this is the Munchie story, how we are taking our brand, Munchie, as per your theme, local brand to Asia, or to the world, to be honest. Therefore, I hope I was able to share some success stories and our vision to be number 1 in Asia. Not easy. You got a 1.4 million population above us with a almost market size for biscuit about $7 to $8 billion. How are we going to do it? Yeah, we carve out something. You don't need to be in every segment. Certain segments we can be Asia's number 1. Certain segments we can be world's number 1. Who knows? All depends on you carve that market size. Thank you. I hope I did justice to share our success story.
Thank you very much to Mr. Nalin Karunaratne, ladies and gentlemen, the Director, Chief Executive Officer of Ceylon Biscuit Limited and the CBL Exports Private Limited. And to present a very special token of appreciation to Mr. Nalin Karunaratne, I would now like to invite our very own President of the Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, Professor Devasiri N. Jayantha, to join us on stage together with our very own Dr. Thilahan Jayathilaka, Deputy Project Chair, World Marketing Forum 2025, and also Mr. Asanka Pereira, Project Chair, World Marketing Forum 2025, to join us on stage to present a very special token of appreciation, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, taking a local jewel global. Let's put our hands together to Mr. Nalin Karunaratne, the Director and the Chief Executive Officer of Ceylon Biscuits Limited, CBL Exports Private Limited. Thank you very much. And also, as we got the fraternity of the marketing fraternity, yes, we wish Ceylon Biscuits, yes, to be the world #1 and yes, to be the Asia's #1 biscuit brand as well. Congratulations and thank you very much to Mr. Nalin Karunaratne, the Chief Executive Officer, Director, Ceylon Biscuits Limited, CBL and Exports Private Limited as well. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is going to be a very, very special and interesting segment we're going to move along with as well. And it's going to be a moment that you've been waiting for. We're going to have a very interesting panel discussion. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to introduce our moderator and the panelists of this wonderful day to celebrate the second day of the World Marketing Forum, World Marketing Forum 2025. And we're going to move along with the panel discussion. And it's my honor and it's my pleasure in inviting our dignitaries to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion will be on the theme of marketing as a catalyst for economic growth and sustainable development in the digital age. And leading this important conversation as of the moderator, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the modern marketer, marketing thought leader, and an entrepreneur. Let's put our hands together to Mr. Yasas Hevage. And also, the panelists will be included by Dr. Dan Somchan, the Director, Marketing Association of Thailand, and the Second Vice President, Asia Marketing Federation. And also, we'd like to invite Mahesh Ver, the President, Nepal Marketing Association, and the Chief Executive Officer of Kantipur Media Group, and also Professor Dr. Mozad Ahmad Chowdhury, President, Asia Small Business Federation, and also Swaraj University of Science and Technology, Bangladesh. And also, we'd like to invite Ms. Maggie Jones, Director of Qualifications and Partnerships, Chartered Institute of Marketing, United Kingdom, to join us on stage, to join for the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our wonderful panelists and also for our moderator to take us on a journey in the marketing as a catalyst for economic growth and sustainable development in the digital age. Yes, indeed, we do have Mr. Yasas Hevage, Dr. Jayan Somchan, Mahesh Swer, Professor Dr. Mozad Ahmad Chowdhury, and also Ms. Maggie Jones joining us for the panel discussion of the Day 2 World Marketing Forum 2025. And ladies and gentlemen, our moderator will help us in taking us on a journey together with our wonderful panelists, marketing as a catalyst for economic growth and sustainable development in the digital age. All right, handing over to our moderator, Mr. Yasas Hevage. Over to you.
Check, check. Thank you very much. How is everybody doing? All good? Did you go for a walk in the beach? No? Mount Lavinia Hotel has one of the most beautiful private beaches. Last night, our delegates, did you all have a coconut tarak cocktail, no? No, you all look a little lazy, that's why. Everything is okay, right? All right. So, Ceylon Biscuit story was fascinating, unbelievable. Are they here? Shall we give another hand for Sri Lanka taking the biscuit? So more biscuit means we also have opportunity to give diabetes medication. So, ladies and gentlemen, our topic is interesting. It's to do with growth. It's to do with sustainability. It's to do with doing all of this in a digital world. I also want to put the 3 T's. It's to do with the world of Trump, tariff and trade. So how do you do business in this type of interesting times? And we have a very interesting panel from whom you can get some interesting insights. Do you remember the model Professor Hermavan yesterday gave us, the 5 P's? Can Slim give a quick gift for whoever can remember that? The 5 P's, anybody remembers? Not your 5 P's of marketing. This is the 5 P's of sustainable development. Anyone can give it a go? P for? No? P for planet? Yeah, purpose, not, but still nice one. Purpose, prosperity, partnerships. Anyone else? Sorry? Yes, peace. That's very interesting, right? In today's world, is that a role marketers could play? He's challenging us. He's saying, in spite of all this growth, we need to be understanding the realities of the world if you want to do business, because the disruptions and opportunities can come from corners we never think of. So with that in mind, I'm not going to do an introduction. You can see exactly these amazing people behind you. Dr. Dan Somchand, Mr. Mahesh Swa, Professor Ahmed Chowdhury, Maggie Jones, I know from a long time, from co-entry time to CIM, and that's me. So normally we'll start the discussion from the panel. I want to know whether any one of you have one quick question to start with from anyone in the panel. Because the professor wanted us to be different. Any quick question to start, to get this going? No questions? On growth, sustainability, doing business in a digital AI world with Donald Trump. Or where to buy the greatest cinnamon tea in Sri Lanka. No? All right, so let's get things started. But good to write few questions down, right? You will have a Q&A, so you can, of course, get our panel to give some insights. So my first question to get things started, let me start with Dr. Somchand. Doctor comes from Thailand, a place where we are inspired by the entrepreneurship there. He is the Director Marketing of Marketing Association of Thailand, the second Vice President. This question is about, there is a whole change in consumption in the world. The disruptions that are happening is one aspect. There's a sustainability side of it, and people are taking radical decisions. And in that context, what's happening in your part of the world, and how is Thailand marketing taking that as an opportunity?
Sustainability, did you say that?
The change in consumer behavior, especially in the youth market.
The youth, did you say the youth? I think the youth in Thailand, the difference is we can look at the mindset of the new generation. Okay. By the way, my name is Somchat. There's the typo in my name. Yeah. The mindset has shifted for quite some time. Right. So if you're going to ask the Gen Z student, what would they look for in their life? Okay. 65% of them will say they want to be a successful entrepreneur, or they like to be successful in the new venture. So preparing them for employment readiness may not be the key focus anymore, because it was just one of the thing that they like to do. But what is more important is not about just earning the profit or making more money, but they like to solve problems, societal, environmental problems, and they like to fulfill the passion, and they like to create bigger impact. And this is the I would say the entrepreneurial mindset of the younger generation. So that's just to start with in terms of how I look at the key characteristic of the youth in Thailand, and I think it will share similar picture in other nation in Asia.
So doctor, it's also driving a different line of consumption, and also youth having more opportunities to enter to entrepreneurship. So that's what you're highlighting on, right? So because coming to Nepal, we generally think of beautiful mountains, a place to come and enjoy the outdoors, but there's a lot happening, Mahesh, on digital and the digital transformation, which is also creating inclusivity. Mm-hmm. Do you want to comment a bit about what's happening in Nepal in the space of digitization, digital transformation, and what's the opportunities that are emerging?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so looking into Nepal's current scene, I say since we have a 30 million population and then almost 45% is below 35. So this means there is a quite big younger generation out there. And as he rightly mentioned, the Gen Zs, right, who are quick, who have a short memories, who wants to do everything very quicker. And then the digital penetration lately has gone drastically very high. So somehow these digitalizations and innovation has given a space to these youngsters, startups, and the innovators especially. And what I have noticed lately, like these SMEs and MSMEs, right, in the entire, and then the youngsters with the less money, they can come with the innovation, use the social media platform, and use it more sustainably and reach out to the bigger mass in Nepal, right? Since Nepal is a mountainous country where the roads are not as good as supposed to. So in this case, these digital platforms gives access to everyone, to the consumer, to the buyers, at the same time the users, right? These startups, especially using digital platforms, are getting product from the remote rulers to the urbans. So they are connecting things more quickly. So, and they are not looking for a bigger investment. So I see digital platform or digital media, this is coming as a strategic enabler for bringing innovation and sustainability for the young generation, at the same time the older, and entirely to the marketing community is supporting these entire movement. So I find this supporting entire movement in Nepal. Yeah.
Fantastic, Mahesh, thank you. Because some of the work that's happening between SLIM and the Ministry of Industries is also how do we get the youth aligned. Because on one side, they are going on a trend of easy digital entrepreneurship, I would say. But then Sri Lanka's got the best coconut. It's got the best cinnamon.
Okay.
But some of that's not getting incubated in. So there's one world of agriculture going on one line, but the digital is on the other side. And the question is, are we truly capturing the value? So Nepal has so much of natural resources to offer, but is that also getting captured in this digital
Let me give you two examples, right? We have one platform called eSeva.
Right.
It started in 2009. After 2019 COVID pandemic, it's a wallet. It's literally wallet. For first 10 years, it was bleeding. But now, any Nepali for their day-to-day groceries, even ride sharings, to food order, or ticketing or booking a hotel, uses an app or a QR. Means be it rural or urban. So in a way, it's replacing a card, but at the same time, a farmer in remote can sell its product through eSeva and get its payment done without using cash. So the farmer may be uneducated, but he will or she will be knowing how to use this platform, and it's small app system, right? So it's the transactions is going cashless at the same time and supporting the farmers.
Lovely.
And another example, there is a dog chew. We use the word churpi in Nepali. It's a dog chew in Americans. So the farmer in Mustang, the highlands, the highest land in Nepal, which is called Mustang, which is one of the best trekking route in Nepal, where there's yak, these cow kind of thing. And then with their milk, they create a yak chew. The Manang's yak chew are bought by digital platform using platform and sold in Manhattan. So a product from Manang goes to Manhattan using digital platform. So I see the big change using platforms at the same time, these farmers getting its product sold across the world.
Thank you, fantastic. So Professor Chaudhary, you also come from university backgrounds of science and technology. One of the challenges is when these young entrepreneurs, they have these business ideas, some of them fall halfway, because there is a lack of incubation infrastructure. So that's a problem we are addressing even in Sri Lanka. The banking facility, the capacity building. How does that work in your experience? Do you have any thoughts of how effectively that could happen, connecting these opportunities with incubation for entrepreneurs?
Thank you. Thank you, Slim, for giving me the chance to consult in a panel manner. In fact, this innovation and incubations is not only just for the entrepreneurs level, those who are coming up to introduce their own business. It is absolutely in parallel important for the giant companies, those who are operating very much in the relevant sector in business field. So innovation and incubations, more precisely we can say the research and development, the earlier terms, is very contemporarily moving on to sustain the market, to innovate any product, to generate any product, and to to catch the frequent changing customers. If you are considered to extend your business from local to global, or even if you consider to extend your business from your own locality to nationwide, your innovation is important, your incubation is important side by side. So as because the customer's perception, customer taste and habits are frequently changing in, like the remote control systems. So our products and our services are also, we have to keep an eye, being the marketeer point of view I'm saying, to change, to reshape their products and service based on the customer needs and necessities, so that they can sustain the market, catch them, their focus customer groups, because one of the products you may sell the whole of the market segments, but some of the products you may not sell your entire target groups is entire market. So you have to have very keen on the age groups, the capacity to buy and the willingness to buy. So once you decide the static groups that you are target to catch in, so after that you will develop your innovation and incubations, and precisely the upcoming generations, those who are trying to be entrepreneurs, they must have their own investments and thoughts apart from their physical investment of any products or service. They must generate and develop their R&D to sustain their markets in long futures.
Thank you, Professor. So all of this, Maggie, comes down to sustainability. If you look at the Asian markets, we have the benefit of the sun, we still have good earth, and the world is demanding that from us more and more. And wherever Sri Lanka is winning, may it be our coconut, may it be our apparel, it's on the ethical, because we'll almost never be able to fight on scale and win on cost. So I think from education point of view, the sustainability agenda has been in the sphere for a long time. How is that becoming central to your education agenda? And how do you think markets like this should really anchor on sustainability?
Well, there's always a tension between the short-term growth and the long-term need for sustainability. And so the organisation and the marketers within that are always going to have to battle with that. And at the same time, consumers are both conscious of the issues and sceptical of some of the answers that they've been given. So marketing needs to bridge that gap and essentially build trust. And that's really, I think, about building empathy into a marketing response. It's not enough now to look at customers' purchasing habits. We actually have to understand what their core values are, what are their behaviours, and how does those behaviours changing as concern grows and other environmental factors come into play as well. So I think as a marketer we need to build through research first and foremost, so we've built research back into our curriculum. We have to build transparency, trust through transparency, and we also need to build the storytelling element of marketing. So that's, and all of those things are in our new qualification structure. We have modules about responsible marketing, we have modules about societal impact, and they are bringing together all of those skills. And it'll be interesting because, you know, in terms of how we measure that, we spoke yesterday about the Marketing Capability Index. How will we measure, it'll be interesting to measure how those skills develop over time. And what we need, more importantly, that data gives us, as a marketing institute, the impetus to provide content for the profession.
I mean, you see the world from a European market. We tend to believe in that market, the demand is increasing for ethical, sustainable products. On the other side, there are economic challenges that's putting down. Is that trend growing in specific segments? Because we believe that's where our opportunity is. Looking it from the world from your perspective, 45,000 per capita income.
I think that's, I mean, my perspective has to be driven by data. So the fact that I regularly sit and do work in Europe and wander around Europe doesn't mean to say that I can't develop a perception about Sri Lanka and all the other Asian countries. So I think that that's what marketers need to do. They need to take themselves out of their comfort zone and look at the data that's available. And yes, there will be a different response. And actually some of the responses that you learn from some markets should be applied in others. So it's about research and learning.
Thank you. So friends, we are anchoring the discussion on growth, sustainability, a bit on entrepreneurship at the moment and youth. Is there anything you want to add? Our next round of questions would be going into a bit of industry, transformation and connecting SME. Is there anything you want to ask, add to the conversation? Professor, you might have to add something. Professor Jayanta, we need your audience is still thinking, you might have to. Anyone has anything to add? Can I continue or? Yes? Ladies and gentlemen? Okay. So we look up to Thailand on one is ground level entrepreneurial spirit, and then of course the industry transformation at a very high level. Connecting these two is a bit of a challenge in our markets because the industry is at another level, but the value chains are not connected. That's a challenge we are trying to bridge. Do you have any perspective around the industry that's going at the top level of the economy and the small business value chains which, if connected, would make the difference?
Okay. What I see right now is that the marketing has a role to play in stimulating demand, and it drives consumption through brand experience. And with the rise of social commerce, it changed tremendously. So small players, individuals, they become the marketplace. So the term industry is a new paradigm at the moment. Last month, there was something called marketing phenomenon happening in Thailand. A girl, she's a country music singer, and her name is Jenny. Right. So what happened was, she just held a TikTok live commerce, 10 minutes, and it generates over $3 million in sales, 10 minutes, okay? And it drew more than 1.1 million viewers. Okay, so based on that phenomenon, it's become popular. So there's a term, a new jargon, and it's called Jenny Festival. So what happened was, people like us, if you have your own brand, you could participate in the festival, okay, by paying very small amount, okay, and in one day, brand influencers, anyone could participate in the live session, and it generates more than $5 million with, over, 100 brands. So what happened was smaller brands where they used to do conventional marketing, they were able to transform how they brand and they market their product and services. So this is a new industry already. So it become shoppertainment, meaning it's combined retail and entertainment. So where you gather with celebrity, popular people, brand and influencers, and this is organized daily and up until today. Okay, so things will continue to change because you can see in terms of fact, digital economy has been growing significantly during the past decade, and it will continue to grow faster than the national GDP. Okay, and industry itself, if you talk about different product category, innovation is key. Okay, so marketing has a role in driving that. So digital platform, it's not just for entertainment anymore. It's become the launch pad, okay, for a lot of corporations, big or medium size or small, where they could test their ideas of how they, want to come up with a new, prototype, a new product. So the way we do our marketing has changed. Okay, so that's how I see it. And I think that's going to be something that will scalable. Okay?
Yep, for sure. Doctor, I'm coming to Mahesh a bit on tourism, but I need to ask you one more question on tourism. Will you comment a bit about Thailand's, where is tourism going in Thailand right now? From a marketing point of view, is there a change in the way you look at tourism at the moment in Thailand? Yes.
Yes. Nowadays, you get to see that hospitality business has moved away from providing great service to understand the whole ecosystem. I give you a real case. A brand called Sivatel Bangkok Hotel. Sustainability is a holistic concept. So whereas, actually I just came back from staying at the hotel, okay? And what happened was they have their own network of 30 farmers, organic farmers, and friends who supply food ingredient, organic food, but it's not just a supplier. They help educate and they help bring the economy of those farmers during the past decade. So what happened was they organized monthly sustainable market at the hotel. So where guests could come and shop, and they have organic mart, and the whole sustainable concept is holistic, meaning there is zero waste. So it's not just the gimmick. What happened was during COVID crisis, there was the only brand who grew in revenues and occupancy rate. So this proven that green customers are willing to pay more if they see the value for what you do. So sustainability nowadays is also
a strategy as a competitive advantage.
Fantastic.
So if you are in the hotels or in hospitality or in wellness, you need to choose your own strategies that fit your own passion. So it's no longer about corporate social responsibility where we plant the tree digitally. Nobody cares about that anymore. It's care about how you care about your customer, your employees, and your stakeholder. So what Siabatel Bangkok Hotel did, they chose that the whole ecosystem, the whole stakeholder are all well taken care of and they are integrated. And that is a good example. That's how, and I think what they do, they're becoming a role model because they don't really care about the competitors. So they invite other hotels to come and see the practice. So this is, to me, it's a new because
Fantastic.
we learn from one another.
Yeah.
So no longer we talk about, we have to hide away from what we do. Nowadays, we call open, innovation, meaning whatever you invent, you have to show the world that you are creating something better for the whole society. We don't have to go, work in the closed laboratory and, trying to be secret about, because it's all about telling the world how great you are and what value you deliver for them. This is all about open collaboration, open innovation, no more close collaboration.
Fantastic. The reason I asked that is this will be the year Sri Lanka will record its highest tourism arrivals. So we peaked in 2018, and you know what happened after that. So this year we'll hit the numbers, but we are still stuck at per day spend at $171, which is less than what it was in 2018. So unless we embrace sustainability, differentiate, build a new value proposition, we might not find the real answer. So coming Mahesh to Nepal, rich with natural resources and SME sector getting into tourism, because I know you're passionate about digital, do you see a trend, a change, something that's interesting that you could share?
What lately I have started noticing, like these young entrepreneurs who have a less budget, let's say small investment, especially MSMEs and SMEs, right? They started finding one new DNA, they use a word, it's a local, okay? Let's say there are multiple international brands in the market. So what I have seen lately, there are new clothing brands which are totally local, new bags brand, new shoes brands, right? And even watches, run by the youngsters who is just 21, 25, okay? He opens a shop on social media and a small kiosk somewhere in the there's outlets also. And who is a buyer? Again, the youngsters. Since the young crowd is bigger and they are growing, so what I see, use of social media for these young entrepreneurs coming up very strongly. And lately the influencer marketing in Nepal and the bloggers are coming up very strong. So if anybody wants to do a big campaign, will cost a lot. And these SMEs will use a social media platform, let's say Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and bloggers at the same time, influencers, who are all young and new, right? They are not like a big media houses or big advertising agency with the big campaign hits. They are the small players, but they are getting tractions, okay? And suddenly these brands are picking up very strong. So I see the social media playing very strong role for these SMEs and MSMEs, right? And at the same time, the word local or organic is picking up strong. So this is really changing the Nepali entire industry at the same time and giving challenge to the imports. Though the raw material for these goods will be also imported, however, the price tag as a branded good will be high. So these guys using all imported or local products and at the same time using social media are making good attention or good eyeballs. So I see these things happening, especially in my part of the world, right?
Fantastic, Mahesh, thank you. So I mean, when Professor Hermavan spoke about the 5 Ps, in fact, I got exposed to it about 15 years ago at a conference. It was fascinating to get us to think beyond profitability, people, prosperity, planet, peace, and partnerships. Today, we are also saying marketers' role as a catalyst is to some extent, influence policy. Because some of the things we want to do, if you don't align the government. So I would say I'm working with Slim closely from the Ministry of Industries. The fact that Slim and Ministry of Industries is standing close together, we are getting to that role of marketing being a catalyst, which we didn't see in the last 2 decades. So in your experience, do you see marketers, our type of associations, playing a role in shaping policy, influencing policy to support business the way we want it to happen?
Which to support?
The policy making of a country. Do you see the universities playing a role?
Yes. Yes. It's very much. I think it's because they are in the business field, very much in the business field. So they should know. They usually know the ups and downs. They should know the challenges of the market. They should know what will be the coming in as a threat for from the overseas competitors and also the giant competitors from the domestic market itself. So as because each and every business, once they incorporate in the business arena, they should go for the thoroughly market research. And based on the market research, they will get to know the sizes of the market, the vacuum of the market, and how so far they will go for invest to expand their business model, or finally, apart from the regular marketing policies and strategies to run their own business, to run their own products and services, they should switch to the branding manner. And brand is ultimately a prime factor nowadays to get to know the product, to familiarize the product in the customer mindset. So brand is another factor to invest a very large amount of money. You are producing or manufacturing or importing the product in your own country, but at the same time, your product is very much unfamiliar to the target audience. So what's the point? So your business could be bounced back. So branding is side by side is very much essentials. So those who are the entrepreneurs wants to come up their business, they must accumulate their fund or set aside their large amount of investment to brand their own product to get into the markets. And based on the market policy and strategy, they know the insights of the markets. So in the government levels, they are the mostly the political persons once they will form the government. So they could be the Ministry of Industries, Ministry of the other sectors, the industrials and all these sectors. But they might not get the insights of the business. So if they can set a expert panel from the different background of the business, like SMEs, like the large industries, or the micro or the cottage industries itself. So these expertise of the businessman or entrepreneur can give the exact idea and knowledge and give the plan, policy, and the program in consider to the any countries of the size, their investment, and for the the future prospectiveness. Okay, so how they can move forward. So any country can welcome this policy and programs and advices from the entrepreneur itself to formulate their national policy for for the fiscal policy, for SME policy, for the large sector policy, or for importing and exporting policy like that, based on the entrepreneur's point of view and their expertise.
Fantastic. So this brings Maggie us to the subject of brand. Country brand, your industry brand, to your product brand, with sustainability in mind. Do you see any specific skills that you think today's marketer should have?
Yes, we have to move from being in control of the brand narrative to understanding that consumers replaying their stories, their experiences and their journey through Experience Our Brand are actually the key to making that difference. And that's about making sure that that we're feeding out the messages and we're talking in the right tone of voice and style for that understanding to be collaborative rather than people being skeptical or against us. But I think in an age where we have so much data and we have AI, we've got to move from being aware of what is happening to having a deep and full understanding of what is happening. And that is all about asking the right questions. So it goes back to, is what you know true anymore? Always check it out.
I mean, when Professor put the country map the other day, each country like Japan, I mean, it challenges you to ask, what's your country brand, the country of origin, and how do you really shape it? Everybody has a role to play.
Yeah.
But what you're saying is the traditional method of a brand manager being in full control is gone.
It's gone.
You have to be
Absolutely.
very fluid.
Yeah, we're facilitators, and we can be very good facilitators, but we have to have those skills, and some of those skills are very aligned to the traditional marketing skills about being creative and innovative, but also it's about the analytics of the situation to make sure that we're really making the most of the opportunity and the collaboration.
Fantastic. You keep coming to data. I can see that, driving the point through. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're taking notes. Is there any question? You have 3 powerhouses of Asia. You have Maggie from UK. I'm from Sri Lanka. You can contribute any thoughts, anything you want to add, any question to ask. Yes. Can we have a mic over there? We have a lady with a question. You can identify who you are, and then can we have a mic, please?
Thank you. So, Dr. Somachan from Thailand, my question is to you. You did explain a bit about the examples that Thailand, the hospitality, the tourism industry has done. And actually some of the examples I felt was more towards, it's beyond sustainability, it's towards regenerative hospitality and tourism. So can you actually share some key challenges that were faced and how you overcame? And my question is because we do not necessarily see consumers willing to pay, for, even though there are steps taken towards regenerative tourism, like in the hospitality. So if you can please share some insights, that would be great.
Okay. My reflection would be from the marketing professional standpoint and also the consumer, because I'm not the expert in the field, okay, but I work with a lot of people in the field, okay. It takes time, so there is no quick win formula. It was just like working for the country government, okay. Second, it's take commitment. So basically, we need to believe that it has a true value in what we do. The case of Sivatel Bangkok, it starts with the belief of the whole team of the owner. So what happened was they start even from when they talk to their employees, okay, and when they come up with the policies, okay, it's not just top down, but employee get to participate, Okay, of course there are certain way of how they could participate because it's a corporate. Okay, but the average length of stay of the employees is longer than 5 years. Okay, so unlike most hotels where they will say like maximum 1.5 years or 9 months, at this hotel they will stay longer, and whatever they do, employees are committed to do because it's part of what they call happy workforce. It's not just a name, but it shows from the manager, director, and the owner. Secondly, they put resources. When I said resources, it's not just the money. It's a true commitment. So they go out to work with the local suppliers, the farmers, and they really try to understand the challenge of their stakeholder. And when they understand the business of the stakeholder, their business partner will open and try to understand their challenges. So that takes some time. Okay, take for example, think something that is not normal practice. Like the eggshells. Okay, they return the eggshells back and use it as animal food to feed the chicken. So the egg tray is 100% return for reuse. So very few hotels are doing that. So this is something that the farmers see that they save money. The farmer sees that there's a benefit in what the hotel is trying to do. They will commit, and once the whole ecosystem start to work, they are participative. So they tell their friends. Okay, so when they have like the chef lunch party, meaning the chef will come and tell the story about the organic cuisine when they invite the guests, how farmer produce and do a story, and they invite the farmer to be part of the story. So this become a routine story.
Absolutely.
So everything they do is genuine.
Yeah.
So, and the cost become less and less.
Absolutely.
Until you get what I would call the economy of scale. Yeah. Okay? So you can start from your own business, and then the ripple effect will be there. So that's how I see it. And a lot of other hotels are trying to replicate the model.
So I mean, this question is relevant to everyone. How do you get a price premium? How do you attract that exact customer? So builds on to the point Maggie was making. We are not very good at storytelling. We were very good in storytelling historically. Look at our craft. You just see only the craft out there, our story of that mask, the story of the elephant. So we've got used to low price, low value, high volume game, and the market's not going to stand to that. So if you are trying to capture the tourists coming out of the BIA and tell them sustainability, that is going to be a big challenge. Knowing where those customers are, then this storytelling will beat a track. They come looking for it. So there's a fair bit of unlearning and relearning for us to do while surviving, as she said, today's reality of cash flow, right? Thank you for that question, and thank you, Professor, for that. We can take about 2 more questions. We were slightly running behind time. So just to anchor it where we are on the subject of growth. I think all of you like growth, and SME and entrepreneurship will be at the core of growth in all these economies. Sustainability will be at the core of that. Brand and sustainability is the vehicle that we need to get our head around. So I think that's where the panel is anchoring it. If there are no other questions on that note, are we good? There's one more? Sorry, yes, Ramal. Can we have a mic to that young gentleman who's come out of retirement? He's a master in insurance. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Asas. I could see, judging from the last time I asked you a question, that you're a bit nervous. Anyway, I think my question, I guess, is to the entire panel and to anybody who was here over the last 2 days. Now, we had some very excellent marketing insights and new theories, updated theories. And I think you're anchoring this on the 5 Ps, if I remember right. Now, my question to you is if each of you, lady and gentlemen, could pick out parts of the Ps. You have heard the local success stories. You have heard the issues from the politicians who have come here, where we need to go. Very briefly, how would you apply these new theories or these new concepts, very briefly, to make an impact, maybe on the SMEs or in our industrial background, and how can we leverage on these 5 Ps, if you like, to benefit our marketing outlook?
Thanks, Ramal. Bit of a broad question. I don't know who wants to take one of it. So, a lot of things were spoken in the last 2 days. Many theories, many concepts. If you can take one of that you thought was impactful, practically how it can be applied. So,
apply for entrepreneurs?
You can give it a try.
Okay.
Did I get the question right?
Yeah. So based on our last 2 days workshops and everything, you know that it's a very plain paper, the very white paper in your mind, in your mindset. So I think based on the discussions and our expert discussions, they are telling so many things. Yesterday, the CEO of Unilever, he was addressing a point that they want to grow the more of competitor in the same market, in the same products, and they are nurturing the the competitor itself, okay, to sustain and to grow and to swim together in the same field. But at the same time, you must understand their hidden policy should be different to whip out the young entrepreneur or the weak entrepreneur or weak business people or the manufacturer from the existing market, because it's a number game. So they are generating the business, they are operating their business in that way, their investment is in that way. So a small or medium scale entrepreneur or the business operator might not be sustained in a long term. So you must understand the hidden policy, the existing policy of your own. And to start up any business, you must understand your precisely for your focus market and your target audience. And based on the audience, you have to come across with multiple segments based on the buying capacity, based on the willingness to buy. So you must be focusing, and at the same time you must consider the online market and the offline market, because now the customers are very much fragile, and all the markets are at their own hand, so cash on delivery, or they can buy it from the international platform as a e-commerce. So you have to have this sort of policy to incorporate your business to get into the entire segment in the market, the way you can sell in your product to your target customers and all. So at the same time, you also consider your investment policy, you also consider your marketing and the branding policy, the manpower you are recruiting in your own business, and the way you are doing business. It must be for a long-term policy, long-term programs for a certain period of time, and you are always keep on changing and reshaping your business model and the product level, the service level, the way, the situation, the climate of the business environment is going on. And you have to consider your micro environment policy and also same times the macro environment policy as well. because threats are coming in for different reasons. Maybe it's not for the business competition, but also for the international or the geopolitical environment. Very much we are observing and we are influencing and we are going through these situations and all. And some of the markets we have to depend on the raw materials to import, to prepare or to manufacture your complete products. So in that case, you have to consider which country you are importing your raw materials, you understand? So some of the times, the raw materials might not get easily accessed from this particular country because of, for many reasons, as I said. So you have to consider to start up. I am considering the young entrepreneur particularly to start their own business by considering all of these sectors, because the time is very fragile. The international policy is also very changing of their own pro forma, you know. So we have to understand the internal meaning of the international market, the global market policy. But I am not disencouraging any entrepreneur not to come up the business field. They should come up by consideration all these threats and possibilities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a fantastic answer, very long one. Yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our discussion. I wish to thank our panel for some very thoughtful, just before lunch. Is it lunch now? Or? Okay. Our discussion was on growth and sustainability. You brought it to ground. The need for building ecosystems, authenticity, making digital meaningful, role of policy, and also understanding the concepts that we used to take for granted. We can't do what we used to do. The need to let go sometimes and work around the most valuable assets we build in the form of brands and reputation. Slim, once again, thank you very much. You have done wonderful bringing Asia to Sri Lanka. It's a pivotal year. The country is about to hit magical numbers on tourism. And when you bring the world to Sri Lanka and show the power of Asia, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, you are doing what you're supposed to do. Catalyst. Thank you very much. And thank you to the panel.
All right, with that, we say a big thank you to our panel and our moderator as well. And I'd like to invite all of you to remain on stage because we do have very, very special token of appreciation coming for all of you as well. And while we're remaining, I would like to invite the following dignitaries to join us on stage to present this special token of appreciation for all of you to get on this beautiful afternoon as well. And I'd like to invite, yes, our very own Professor Devasiri N. Jayantha, President, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, and also Dr. Dilhan Jayatillaka, Deputy Project Chair, World Marketing Forum 2025, Vice President, Education and Research, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, and also Mr. Asanka Pereira, Project Chair, World Marketing Forum 2025, Treasurer, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, to join us on stage to present a very, very special token of appreciation to our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you very much to our moderator and our panelists. Our panelists consist of Dr. Dan Somchan, Director, Marketing Association of Thailand, and the second Vice President, Asia Marketing Federation, Mr. Mahesh Shwar, President, Nepal Marketing Association, and the Chief Executive Officer of Canterbury Media Group, and also Professor Dr. Mozad Chowdhury, President, Asia Small Business Federation, and also Sajjal University of Science and Technology, Bangladesh, and also Ms. Maggie Jones, Director of Qualifications and Partnerships, Chartered Institute of Marketing, UK. Thank you very much for our eminent panelists and also our very own moderator, Mr. Yasa Sevage, Modern Marketer, Marketing Through Leader in Entrepreneur, everybody. Can we all put our hands together for our panelists and our moderator of this wonderful panel discussion, Marketing as a Catalyst for Economic Growth and Sustainable Development in the Digital Age. I think the whole objective of this wonderful day, 2 days, has come to a beautiful discussion as well, right here at the World Marketing Forum, Asia to the World, right here in Colombo, Sri Lanka. And thank you very much once again for all our panelists and our moderator in conducting such a fabulous and insightful session, Marketing as a Catalyst for Economic Growth and Sustainable Development in the Digital Age. All right, let's put our hands together, everybody. Thank you very much, Mr. Yasas Hevage, Modern Marketer, Marketing Thought Leader and Entrepreneur. And thank you very much, Ms. Maggie Jones, Director of Qualifications and Partnerships, Chartered Institute of Marketing, UK. And thank you very much, Professor Dr. Mozad Chowdhury, President, Asia Small Business Federation, and also Sajjal University Science and Technology, Bangladesh. And thank you very much, Mr. Mahesh Shwar, President, Nepal Marketing Association and Chief Executive Officer of Canterbury Media Group. And thank you very much to Dr. Dan Somchan, Director Marketing Association of Thailand and the Second Vice President, Asia Marketing Federation. Thank you very much. And with that, we say thank you to our presentation party, and let's give another warm round of applause, everybody, to our eminent panelists and our all join on stage for the discussion of the marketing as a catalyst for economic growth and sustainable development in the digital age. Thank you very much for taking the discussion forward on the second day of the World Marketing Forum 2025. And coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a very, very special video presentation to be shared along with each and every one of you. And ladies and gentlemen, from the humble beginnings in the automotive world, the David Perry's Group has risen to become one of the Sri Lanka's most trusted and diversified conglomerates. With over 4 decades of excellence, innovation, integrity, and the group now powers 34 dynamic companies, driving progress in mobility, finance, technology, logistics, real estate, and renewable energy, and many more. A true symbol of strength and vision, the David Perry's Group continues to inspire success and uplift communities across our nation. Let's celebrate the legacy, the leadership, and the limitless future, the David Perry's Group. Let's have a look.
Sri Lanka has been the center of trading in Asia since the time of the ancient maritime Silk Route. Today, Sri Lanka is a highly developed and efficient manufacturing location with a well-trained, literate and motivated workforce. It's here that David Perry's Group of companies, one of Sri Lanka's most financially stable, diversified conglomerates, resides. Driven by a vision to be the leader in our chosen spheres, pivoting on new technology and innovation. And with decades of uncompromised excellence and unwavering commitment to quality and value, the group has earned the unblemished trust and confidence of numerous stakeholders. Our international operations extend to Singapore, Indonesia, and Philippines in Asia, and the UAE in the Middle East. The David Perry's Group of companies comprises of several verticals. The David Perry's Group stands as Sri Lanka's largest automotive company, now evolved into a dynamic and diversified conglomerate with a presence across multiple sectors. While our foundation was built on mobility and innovation through David Perry's Motor Company, we have grown to become one of the nation's most influential business groups, driving progress, opportunity, and sustainable growth across the Sri Lankan economy. We were the first company to adopt and implement the local value addition program through David Perry's Motor Company Lanka Limited, and later David Perry's Automobile, the four-wheeler distribution arm. As the distributor for Bajaj in Sri Lanka, our dominance in the market is so prevalent that not only are 1 in 3 vehicles on the road Bajaj, but it is also the generic name for the ubiquitous tuk-tuk on Sri Lankan roads. Our Bajaj brands accounts for over 4 million direct and indirect beneficiaries and created opportunities for Sri Lankans. We have also gone the extra mile to be one of the countries to establish the Bajaj 3Ss successfully and have over 1,400 plus customer touchpoints spread across the length and breadth of the island. Through David Perry's Motor Company Lanka, we were the first to have automated conveyorized assembly lines for vehicles in Sri Lanka. David Perry's Automobiles is the distributor for Bike X55, a compact petrol SUV produced by the leading Chinese automaker Beijing Automotive Industry Holding Company Limited. More recently, we introduced the BJ40, a rugged, high-performance SUV that blends off-road strength with modern sophistication. We are also the authorized distributor for GWM vehicles in Sri Lanka. This partnership introduces a range of advanced hybrid and new energy vehicles, NEVs, to the local market, offering enhanced technology, reliability, and value. These include the stylish Haval H6 and Haval GT, powerful SUVs with performance and design. The Tank 300 and Tank 500 models are built for adventure and exude road presence and authority too. We were also the first to convert electric three-wheelers and commence the country's very first electric taxi operation, eDrive, for a cleaner and greener future, exemplifying the group's commitment to sustainable mobility. With nearly 2 decades of experience, 470 professionals, the largest private fleet of vehicles and its own warehouse and related facilities. DP Logistics offers logistics and supply chain solutions that are tailor-made to suit unique customer needs and are specialists in transport solutions, freight forwarding and third-party logistics. DP Infotech Private Limited is a digital technology disruptor that offers cutting-edge digital technology solutions which are economical and practical at the same time. David Peary's Green Energy presents solar solutions as part of its renewable energy offerings, in keeping with our reputation, built over 40 years for providing quality, reputed products with exceptional after-sales service. We are confident that our solar solutions will provide the best value-added offering for our customers through a more customized approach. We offer off-grid and on-grid solar solutions for both domestic and corporate customers. Our finance sector is managed by 5 subsidiaries, providing cutting-edge and unique financial solutions for different market requirements. Asset Line Finance, the flagship in this sector, offers the full gamut of leasing and loan products to both retail customers as well as small and medium enterprises. With an extensive network of branches, easy pay machines and collection centers, Asset Line creates touchpoints which are strategically located throughout the country. We are the 3rd largest leading insurance broker in Sri Lanka and offer affordable general and life insurance solutions to both retail and corporate clients with our well-nurtured relationships. For the investor, we offer portfolio management and flexible mutual funds to suit different risk profiles. Our property development venture is engaged in the development, sale, investment, lease and built-to-suit options. Our racing and leisure ventures include several projects, catering to satisfy every type of thrill seeker. Spearheaded by Eshan Pearis, who continues the motorsports legacy of his father David Pearis, having earned many an accolade on the local and international racing circuits. We own and operate Sri Lanka's only internationally certified racing track. The 1.2 kilometers of track has seen many prestigious events, such as the X30 Asia Cup and the Asia Pacific Motorsport Championship being hosted. We have continued to accelerate Sri Lanka's motorsport landscape with the launch of the new Port City karting circuit in Colombo, a landmark addition to the country's entertainment and racing scene. Further elevating the experience, Speedway has upgraded its entire fleet to world-class Sodi karts, the globally renowned French brand that sets the benchmark in both leisure and competitive karting. With the largest Sodi kart fleet in Asia, this upgrade marks the beginning of a new era in motorsports entertainment. Multi-lane water slides, tunnels, water play and gravity drops, all created to European safety standards, makes the David Pearis Leisure Water Park, Pearl Bay, an unforgettable family experience. For a more sedentary holiday, our colonial-style bungalow villa in Norelia provides a tranquil setting surrounded by mountains, lakes and waterfalls with fantastic views of tea slopes. A truly Sri Lankan group of companies, David Pearis Group is committed to promoting environmental, economic and social sustainability in all aspects of the business. David Pearis Motor Company has earned multiple national awards and accolades for its outstanding achievements in sustainability and environmental stewardship, reinforcing its position as a leader in responsible and forward-thinking business practices in Sri Lanka. Our tenets of planet, people, and profits means that we work as a socially responsible company engaging in ethical business practices. From a single entity that took on Sri Lanka with just a couple of three-wheelers sold in our first year, fast forward to a few decades later, and we stand out, having proven ourselves in all our chosen fields. Today we stand ready to move to the next chapter of our journey. We are driven by purpose and inspire change, helping shape Sri Lanka's tomorrow.
Thank you very much, David Perry's. Thank you very much, David Perry's group, for your wonderful contribution as well. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're going to move along for our next session, and it's going to be another very, very important session. And it's all about the Kaizen, Japanese philosophy for continuous improvement. And to take us on a journey from Asia, we received the timeless wisdom and operational efficiency. So we welcome the Executive Director of the Japan Marketing Association. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to Katsumoto Takaishi, the Executive Director, Japan Marketing Association, to take us on a journey of the insights of the Kaizen, Japanese philosophy of continuous improvement. Over to you.
It's past noon, so good afternoon, everyone. In other words, are you one, everyone? Last evening, I visited a most famous temple in Colombo, and I pray that marketing may bring peace. So I could wake up early in the morning feeling so peaceful. Thank you. And today, in line with the book that was introduced yesterday by Mr. Helmaren, let me start my presentation. The topic will be a bit more serious, but it would be great if this theme interests you. Since the philosophy of Kaizen originated with Toyota, I'd like to begin my talking about Toyota's history of success. This slide outlines Toyota's status quo. I'm not sure about Toyota's market share in Sri Lanka, but since I arrived the day before yesterday, I have already seen quite a few on the road. The global share is ranked #1, and the annual sales volume is at the top as well. The banners hanging from the floor above display individual mottos written by each employee. Even then, the spirit of Kaizen was emerging. This is the first Toyota produced about almost 130 years ago. It was just 30 years after Ford began mass producing automobiles using the conveyor belt system. As you can see, Toyota's revenue skyrocketed around 1975, although this graph only covers data up to 1985. Toyota's revenue in fiscal year 2024 has grown to around $320 billion, which is about 11 times greater than in 1985. Next page. Training within industry, which is TWI, was training program introduced to Japan by the General Headquarters, GHQ, after World War II to enhance productivity and strengthen frontline management. It laid the foundation for what is now known as Kaizen. Given Japan's strong work ethics and a deep respect for the workplace, TWI grew beyond a simple system. It became an integral part of the nation's industrial culture, which is Kaizen. Toyota implemented it in 1951, establishing the basis for its Kaizen culture. That Kaizen system began to be deployed in the 1960s across all Toyota factories. In the 1970s to the 80s, the philosophy was deeply embedded throughout Toyota globe. And what is Kaizen? Kai means change, and Zen means good in Japanese. These steps of Kaizen. Step 1 is identify. Step 2 is progress. Step 3 is collaborate. QC means quality control. And number 4 is standardize. And number 5 is organize. And this 5 step means sort, set in order, shine, standardize, sustain. And number 6, measure, and number 7, share. Toyota implemented an average of 9 improvement ideas per employee per year. Any employee on a Toyota assembly line can stop the line at any moment to address a production issue, fix a mistake, or recommend an alternative course of action to management that saves waste or boosts productivity. The worker receives reward rather than punishment for pausing production if management is persuaded that the stoppage has increased productivity and quality. To be honest, I don't know what kind of reward they get. Akio Toyota is the first CEO and the great-grandson of company's founder Sakichi Toyota. There is a belief that while researchers drive innovation, improvement can only be achieved through collaboration between researchers and factory workers. In modern terms, I believe it reflects a philosophy that places the highest value on inclusion. As many of you are well aware, numerous Japanese companies embraced and implemented the principle of Kaizen. Then philosophy played, this philosophy played a pivotal role in Japan's remarkable post-war economic growth and global competitiveness. Next page. This table shows the changes in the GNP of major countries since 1980s. Since 1990s, China has experienced a rapid growth, reaching an index of above 3,500, an overwhelming surge. South Korea maintains steady growth, with the index reaching around 400, roughly twice that of Japan. United States gradually increased, reaching about 310. Japan has shown a stagnating trend since 1990s, with the index at around 200, indicating limited growth. One possible reason for Japan's slowed growth is the influence of Kaizen philosophy. There are two reasons why Kaizen may hinder growth. The first is beyond profit. Japanese companies prioritize not only short-term profit, but also employee well-being, social contribution, and long-term growth. The second is stable relationship. Rather than choosing the cheapest suppliers, they value trusted partnership and may hire more staff than strictly needed. However, in recent years, the philosophy of Kaizen has been undergoing a re-evaluation. One example is evolving expectations. 73% of Generation Z are willing to pay extra for eco-friendly products. Investors are also focusing on companies that emphasize sustainability and social responsibility, which is known as EDI investment. And the second is global alignment. Japan values align with today's stakeholder-focused business trends. Companies that fail to adapt risk losing trust and credibility. Improvement towards sustainability. Now let me introduce two specific examples from Toyota. The first significant success brought about by Kaizen is the hybrid system. Thanks to the system's development, car fuel efficiency has dramatically increased. In April 2019, Toyota announced that it would offer around 24,000 patents related to hybrid technology free of charge until the end of 2030. In a sense, it's a compelling example of how consistent small changes can result in significant business achievement. From the perspective of protecting the entire planet, Toyota places great importance on social responsibility that transcends corporate boundaries. Rather than monopolizing a technology, Toyota chose to pursue sustainability through sharing. And the second major success, which is now nearing realization, is a solid-state battery. It is scheduled to be commercialized and implemented in electric vehicles between fiscal year 2027 and 2028. The solid-state battery under development aims to achieve a driving range of about 1,200 kilometers with rapid charging in under 10 minutes. It is also possible that the technology will eventually be made available to automakers worldwide at no cost. Importantly, Toyota has not accelerated development timeline as it continues to prioritize its three guiding principles. First is safety-oriented, durable, and reusable. Please show the, okay, next page, okay. And the future of Kaizen. Japan's economy has been sluggish for the past 30 years, what may call the last 3 decades. But now there is a nationwide push to build a new industry together. In the global market, semiconductors are booming. Sales are accepted to jump by more than $200 billion by 2030. And at the head of this growth, 2 nanotips, which are key to running the latest generative AI. 8 companies, starting with Toyota and ending with Honda, they are all Japan's giant. A company dedicated to manufacturing 2 nanometer semiconductors 3 years ago. And now, guided by the principles of Kaizen, employees from different 8 companies are cooperating, striving in their work. By the end of this year, only 3 companies in the world will have the capability to manufacture 2 nanometer semiconductors. Rapidus is striving to become the fourth company in the world capable for manufacturing 2 nanometers chips. However, Japan is also facing significant aims for complete unmanned operation. This table shows the project born will be 2 million in 2050 and around 1 million in 2060. This figure is just 1/16 of what it was in 1980. Elon Musk posted on X in March last year, stating, "Japan will disappear if something doesn't change." And this may be slightly off topic, but personally I believe Japan has no future without an immigration policy. And the last page. In any case, to compensate for the declining population, Japan has made the advancement of robots and AI a top priority. The country is striving to overcome this crisis by installing the philosophy of Kaizen into robots equipped with AI. Japan and ChatGPT are getting along so well lately. They even have a cute nickname, Chappy. And now Chappy seems to be Googling what is Kaizen with an earnest face, as if an old and good friend was a human. Thank you for your attention. As our time is limited today, please take a photo of the slide with your smart hand and send any question or comment to the email address below. Thank you again to hear my speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Mr. Katsumoto Takashi, the Executive Director, Japan Marketing Association. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have another very, very special, interesting segment to be move along as our next segment. And to do the honors to take us on a journey about how tomorrow's brand will be built on technology and sustainability. To take us on a journey, we'd like to invite our next speaker, the founder and the managing director of the Bangladesh Brand Forum. Let's put our hands together to Mr. Shariful Islam to address the gathering and to take us on a journey.
Thank you so much. I think the most difficult time is just before lunch, where we are already a little behind schedule. So I'll try to be fast and try to be especially on point. But before I start, I'll try to give the context on romance. Many of you may know that romance is an 1800 years sort of invention. Before that, people used to get married for practicalities, continuing a family, or some commercial benefits. But in 1800, it's the poets like Byron, Shelley, Keats, they basically created the romanticism of our life. So today, if you ask, before 1800, if you were to ask of women, what do you look for in a man? They would have said, stable income, healthy body. Today, if you ask, it starts from maybe TDH, tall, dark, handsome, a beard, not bad, love all the time, ability to read minds when I'm not saying anything. When I'm saying yes, sometimes it means no. When I'm saying no, sometimes it's yes. Standing beside me all the time, travel around the world, have fun, and many, many more. And these are always plus, it's never and or. But even within that list, there are some which are non-negotiable. So love and affection and loyalty may be non-negotiable. You cannot compromise with that. So similarly, when you look at the marketing and brands journey, there are certain things which are becoming non-negotiable. Maybe long time back, they were not even existent. And that's, I think, a very important context. If we want to really build a close human relation with our customer, we need to have an understanding of that. So we have heard from Professor Harmavan yesterday that marketing 4, 5, 6, 7 are going to talk about technology. Technology is going to be the key driver. But after that, it's going to be sustainability. SDG is going to be a big driver, sustainability, which is already a big force, but that's going to be even more bigger driving force. And if you look at the evolution of branding, we also see the journey, how from just a stamp to differentiate cattle, move to a promise built by print, radio. It was the early, because they are focusing on emotion, sensory experience, storytelling, empathy. Because they are focusing on emotion, sensory experience, storytelling, empathy, and community. Like Airbnb, they do not talk about a room inventory, but they talk about human concept of belong anywhere. So they are trying to be emotional so that something which AI cannot actually fake. So the emotion side, human side, and the purpose are trying to we are trying to solve that, but this is not enough. Why? Because there is a purpose paradox. While 86% of the companies highlight that purpose is very, very important, only in 24 have actually embedded the core purpose in the entire operation. Remember what Professor Harmavan yesterday said. End of the day, it is if I don't operationalize whatever I put as my essence, it really means nothing. So only 24% we are basically putting it in our operation, which means it's just we are actually using this as a push strategy, as a charity, CSR. We have not yet committed to it. And that's the gap, that's the opportunity. So this is the shift which I have tried to sort of coin it a little differently. If we look at brand from an IQ, EQ, and SQ is the model that I'm trying to actually share. Brand IQ refers to the sort of like a product era where it's analytical, technical, and through data, logic, we are trying to be very efficiently operate in the market. From there, we moved into the brand EQ. Brand EQ is our emotional intelligence of the brands, where it tries to understand and basically use that understanding of the human emotions and create that emotional connect with its users, understanding their values. And I think that's not enough. We need to now bring in the SQ, which is the societal quotient, which means our ability of the brand to look at and connect within broader societal context. We have to look at from society impact, we have to look at from social responsibility lens, and that's societal quotient. So if I try to define societal quotient, we can mention it as the measurable degree to which a brand's action, offering, and ecosystem positively contribute to the social, economic, and environmental advancement of the communities it serves, while maintaining business sustainability. And this is going to be the future. So in other words, if you look at brand equity, it's all about how much people actually value the brand. And when we try to look at from the societal quotient, it's how much actually society benefits. That's the answer we have to try to understand from all of our brand viewpoint, because that brand exists. If society does not benefit, that's going to be irrelevant in society's context. Because next generation of consumers will be expecting the brands to solve real problems, not just basically market something. And in fact, this is also in line with, if you look into the Professor Clayton Christensen, MIT's Professor of Innovation, when he talked about that a developing country can only achieve prosperity, not by what government do, not by development aid, only by when a business solves a real problem that society exists and make non-consumer consumer. It can create market creating innovation. And that's only a brand and a business can do. So without having that understanding, a deeper understanding to solve real problems, it's impossible to become relevant and remain relevant. And even from a brand building context, AI can write the story. In fact, many of us use AI to write our creative brief and everything. But only a purpose can give it a reason to exist. AI cannot write our purpose. That has to come from us. That has to come from our own understanding of the company's reason for being, the owner's philosophy, and where it operates within the cultural context of a society. So AI can create thousands of ad variants, but brand's impact is becoming the new creative brief. Because without having that creative brief, everyone is going to look exactly the same because you are not fundamental. 250 million. The people who have got exposed to, did they change their attitude over body image? Because that's the core lies with with Dove's Campaign for Beauty project. So they are not measuring because that's the reason for existence for Dove. And that's why over a decade it has become such a successful and powerful brand. Media landscape has fragmented, completely changed because now you're using programmatic and algorithms for our media campaigns. Influencers are dominating. In UK, Unilever basically has got one influencer for every postcard. They are drastically reducing their all investment behind traditional media, and this is something which is going to happen to us. But the problem with influencers are, very soon we are going to ask the question, it's already happening. An influencer does not really believe in the vision that you have. Not all, majority are looking at, I'm getting your money, I'm just promoting and using the fan base. People are going to think, you don't really believe in this proposition, you don't really buy that, and sometimes, unless we can address that, we will not be able to sort of connect with our end consumer in a properly. So in Bangladesh context, Bikash is the leading mobile finance company, the most powerful brand in Bangladesh, where a micro-influencer in rural Bangladesh, when they talk about financial inclusion, that will be much more powerful and truly embedded in Bikash operation model rather than some big-time influencer talking about in the national platforms. 2 times faster, consumers all across, and it's growing, and it gives sustainable profitability because what's good for society and community has to be good for business. So there is no confusion about that. So Pran is one of the largest Bangladeshi, in fact, is the largest local conglomerate which operates across. We talk about that even Pran doesn't know how many categories it operates and how many variants it has. Last 3 years back, they have begun their journey because they are realizing without driving this sustainability journey, they will lose the relevance to exist within the market. So they've got a very clear, sustainable operational model which is embedded in every facet of their business. And it's already gaining very positive impact within the community itself. So when technology takes over efficiency, the only sustainable competitive advantage left is empathy. And these are not something that we just use in a tagline, or it has to be reflected in the way we behave in the market. That's where people form that whether you truly believe in that. So case in example, in Bangladesh, the price of beef skyrocketed to completely level which went behind not just middle class, but middle economy people could not afford to buy beef for a long period of time. And at that point in time, Shopno, which is the largest superstore in Bangladesh, they came up with this solution, affordable packs, so that only 10 pieces of beef were sold with 10 pieces of potato at a price which is affordable, which can maybe for a small family, it can give 2 meals only. And this never existed in Bangladesh before. But that price point became a huge success. In just 9 days, they sold 75,000 packs of that beef. And that came up purely because they understood the value of the customers. The hotel that Professor Dan actually talked about in Thailand, how they basically embed their entire philosophy in the core operation. Without having that understanding, one component addressing one component, you do not actually solve this. It has to be embedded everywhere. And the hotel, I've forgotten the name, Professor. The hotel name, Sivatal. They basically, I was just studying them, and they want to go for zero waste. address totally circular economy. And by doing that, they are working with every possible supplier source, same which Shopno is doing, every possible supplier source, because they are part of the community and they are part of their entire business. If collectively everyone grows, they grow. So this is what I'm talking about as social quotient. When everything becomes automated, meaning becomes the ultimate differentiator. As marketeer, we stand for differentiation. The first thing a brand marketeer talks about that how do I differentiate myself? And I can only differentiate when my life's whole purpose gets driven by a meaning which is not just a tagline that I use, something that I truly believe in. I was talking to a professor in 2007. His name is Nikos Morkogiannis. He's a philosopher, leadership expert out of Greece. Contribution to society, when we have embed that in the entire business dynamics and we can measure it, driven by it, our strategy are influenced, we actually become competitive, way ahead from our competition. So this is another example from the leading insurance company in Bangladesh, where the weather-based index, earlier our farmers used to lose the farming because of the extreme weather throughout the year. So they have now almost 2.5 lakh of farmers have received the claims through their engagements, while they basically cover almost 1.2 million farmers, and already 140 million taka has been given as an insurance claim. Huge impact, and that was purely, this is where the tech comes in, driven by a purpose to make a difference to the people who literally are feeding Bangladesh. So whenever the feeding comes in, I'll give you one statistics to understand the importance of this. Bangladesh, I don't know, Bangladesh is the most densely populated nation on earth for its large population. And to understand how densely populated population, if you put the entire world's population in USA, the density would still be less. So that's the level of density. And Bangladesh is losing its soil due to climate effect. And we are successfully feeding that because of these innovations that are coming up by private sector and of course in joint partnership with government. So AI, we know that creates efficiency, but that efficiency alone is not enough. Without having the empathy that brands have, it really doesn't mean anything. So a fintech, and when we bring these two together, we can truly exponentially increase the impact of our solution. So AI can actually increase loan approvals, but if we design those loans to empower first-time women entrepreneurs, then it becomes, we can actually seriously, exponentially grow the impact of that. And this is what bKash has done with its 80 million customers. This is the largest, most loved brands in Bangladesh for the last 5 years, because what they have done, they have started to address those rickshaw pullers to absolutely the micro level of individuals and giving them access of finance, which earlier no one was able to do. And by giving that, they have opened up the whole economic opportunity for these people to participate economically and make a contribution to country's economy because of their innovation and what they believe in. So finally, in a world where AI can replicate every function of marketing, and I mean every function, what will truly differentiate brand is not just its intelligence. Intelligence is going to be important, no doubt about that, but the integrity. That's where the future of brand belongs to those who raise their social quotient, societal quotient. And tomorrow's brand will be, successful brands will be them to whom societies are proud to host. Society has to feel proud that that brand exists within my society. And that's the role we have to from a brand lens, we have to achieve and aspire for. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that interesting presentation by our very own Dr. Shariful Islam. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're going to move along for another very, very important session of this wonderful afternoon as well. And it's now time to do something very, very important and to mark the significance and also the speciality of this wonderful forum, World Marketing Forum 2025. And it's now time to unveil and the launch of a very special and a lasting tribute to the historic event as well. And to do the honors, I would now like to invite the following dignitaries to join us on stage to witness the unveiling of the commemorative stamp in marking World Marketing Forum 2025. And to do the honors, we'd like to invite, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hermawan Karsujaya, founder, World Marketing Forum, founder and chair of Market Plus Corporation, and also we'd like to invite Mr. Jack Xingyo, President, Asian Marketing Federation. We'd like to invite Professor Devasiri N. Jayantha, President, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, Mr. Roger Wang, President, Marketing Institute of Singapore, Managing Director, External Wig Parade, and also the Vice President of the Asia Marketing Federation. We'd like to invite Dr. Dan Somchan, Director, Marketing Association of Thailand, Vice President, Asia Marketing Federation, Ms. Dr. Dilhan Jayatilaka, Deputy Project Chair, World Marketing Forum 2025, Vice President, Education and Research, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing. And also we'd like to invite Mr. Asanka Pera, Project Chair, World Marketing Forum 2025, Treasurer, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing. And also in representing the Philanthropic Bureau of Sri Lanka, we'd like to warmly welcome Mr. Lanka De Silva, the Director, Philanthropic Bureau of Sri Lanka. And also we'd like to invite Mr. S. Chaladeepan, Senior Publicity Officer of Philanthropic Bureau of Sri Lanka, to officially hand it over to the officials of the World Marketing Forum 2025 to do the honors as well. Ladies and gentlemen, what an interesting segment that we are about to share with all of you as we are about to unveil the official commemorative stamp, World Marketing Forum 2025. And I would like to invite the dignitaries to join us to do the honors in unveiling the stamp, World Marketing Forum 2025. So it's going to be a lasting tribute to this historical milestone event right here in Colombo, Sri Lanka, World Marketing Forum 2025. And with that, I would now like to invite Mr. Lanka De Silva, Director, Philanthropic Bureau, Sri Lanka, and also Mr. S. Chaladeepan, Senior Publicity Officer, Philanthropic Bureau of Sri Lanka, to officially launch and hand it over to the officials of the World Marketing Forum 2025. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite our very own Mr. Rajiv Bandaranayake, Chief Executive Officer of the Colombo Stock Exchange, also to join us on stage. Let's put our hands together. I will cordially invite Mr. Rajiv Bandaranayake, Chief Executive Officer of the Colombo Stock Exchange, also to join us on stage. And as we officially hand over from the officials of the Philanthropic Bureau of Sri Lanka, Mr. Lanka De Silva and Mr. S. Chaladeepan, will be officially handing over to the officials of SLIM as well as World Marketing Forum 2025. And ladies and gentlemen, we now like to invite Mr. Rajiv Bandaranayake to receive the very first official handing over of the stamp, World Marketing Forum 2025. And thank you very much for gracing this occasion, the Chief Executive Officer of the Colombo Stock Exchange. It is, yes indeed, we all know, as a record-breaking stock exchange here in Asia. Thank you very much, Mr. Rajiv Bandaranayake, and he'll be receiving it from the hands of our very own President of the Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, Professor Devasiri N. Jayantha. Let's give a warm round of applause, everybody. Congratulations. And with that, yes, what a milestone event that we are celebrating all throughout this day, ladies and gentlemen. 12th November and today 13th November, and we are celebrating right here in Colombo, Sri Lanka, World Marketing Forum 2025. And with that, yes, we have officially launched and unveiled the commemorative stamp in front of all of you. And yes, indeed, what a milestone that we are celebrating on this beautiful day. I'd like to invite all of you to remain for a group photograph. Yes, can we all stay for a group photograph? Yeah, showing the stamp. Yes, please. I'd like to invite to join for the center of the stage as well for all our delegates. And with that, thank you very much, and I'd like to thank all our proceedings, but we would like to invite Mr. Herman Karjaya, founder, World Marketing Forum, to remain on stage. And also we would like to invite Professor Devasiri N. Jayantha, President, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, to remain on stage, and the rest of the presentation party. Thank you very much for your presence. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the dignitaries who joined us on stage. And we'd like to invite Mr. Hermovan Karjaya and also Professor Devasiri N. Jayantha to remain on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, before we break in, we do have another very, very special award to be handed over for the valuable contribution made to the Asia and to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, with the presence of, we'd like to invite ladies and gentlemen, and this is going to be the final call as we are ready to start on the proceedings and inviting all of you to take your respective seats. World Marketing Forum 2025, third and the final session is about to commence. Thank you very much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back at the third and the final session, World Marketing Forum 2025. Yeah, thank you very much. All right, there we go, there we go. Round of applause coming in. And ladies and gentlemen, as we are ready, I know that after the lunch, we all have a hard time as well. And you know, the marketing fraternity is the most engaging and is most celebrative and the most vibrant in any SBU that you compare in other organization as well. So ladies and gentlemen, and I hope, do you all have your fingers ready? So can you give a warm round of applause in using all of your 10 fingers, everybody? Let's give a round of applause. Aha. All right. Now, this is going to be the final segment. And as I've reminded you about the fingers, so we're going to have a very, very special surprise presentation and also something exciting lined up to do with fingers. So get ready with your fingers, and it's definitely going to be something very, very exciting. A brand that you have been celebrated from our childhood and a legacy that we are going to celebrate right here together with each and every other. So ladies and gentlemen, we got something exciting from Risbury for all of you to share and to have an amazing time at the third and the final segment of the World Marketing Forum 2025. Are you ready? Can we have another warm round of applause, everybody? And let's have an engaging session, the final segment of World Marketing Forum. Here we go.
generations, Ritsbury has been part of Sri Lanka's sweetest moments. Today, our iconic chocolate fingers return with a fresh new look and a first-of-its-kind AR experience through our new packaging. Ritsbury, blending tradition with innovation.
Meet the Sri Lankan leopard, the most formidable big cat on the island, bearing the scientific name Panthera pardus cotea.
Another value addition for our branding, marketing, and also bringing in a better world and a better tomorrow, not only for Sri Lanka, but also for the whole world as well. Thank you very much, Ritsbury, and you can enjoy your chocolate fingers. And as I mentioned before, you can use your fingers to do something good as well. Thank you very much, Ritsbury. And yes, chocolate fingers. Here we go. All right, you got it. Thank you. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are ready, and you're going to receive your Ritsbury chocolate fingers into your hand, and make sure that you can scan the QR code and do the augmented reality, and you can get more details. You got 3 languages, Sinhala, English, and Tamil as well, and make sure that you're all going to be a part of it as well. And while in the meantime, we're going to have another very special presentation, and this is also going to be linked with technology as well, and to take us on a journey of how AI research project for radio analytics by the African Marketing Confederation. I'm about to invite someone very special. Now, this personality is the director and the co-founder of the UXI Private Education, director and the vice president of the African Marketing Confederation, director Technology Information Confederation of Africa, and also he's also the director African Supply Chain Confederation as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, to take us on a journey of AI research project for radio analytics, it's my pleasure and honor in welcoming none other than Dr. Nigel Tatterstall to take us on a journey. Let's give a round of applause, everybody. The final session for the Marketing Forum, World Marketing Forum. Here we go. Over to Chanson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me with this mic? Is this clear? Yeah. So I was asked to talk a little bit about what we're doing in Africa in applying AI, a subject that I quite enjoy. I must say that as my academic training is in accounting and IT, our president, Helen, sitting here, always reminds me that I know nothing about marketing. But because this is a little bit about technology, she allowed me to say something. But I must say, and I'll say to her, that in a few years' time, it'll all be about data and AI, and perhaps the roles will reverse. So my presentation is about how we've applied AI to radio. But before I get into the slides, I'll just give a little bit of background. So in the African Marketing Confederation, we always sit back and say, how can we add value? If we can't add value, what are we doing? And we need to add value to our members, and our members are professional bodies across Africa. And of course, their members are marketing professionals. So we need to say, what can we do that adds value to all the marketing professionals in Africa? And primarily that is probably through knowledge. But to give that knowledge, we need to understand and have the expertise to be credible in the knowledge we deliver to our members. So with AI, we thought it's something that we have to invest in. We have to gather knowledge about AI, and the best way to do that is actually to walk the talk. So we thought, step one, let's apply AI ourselves so we can learn about it. And the first project that we undertook, and the radio one's a second project, the first project we undertook was to look at digital marketing, the obvious one, and say, how can we apply AI to digital marketing? Now, the first thing with AI is actually it's all about data. AI is really just a very powerful engine to interrogate data. So what did we say to ourselves first is, what data do we have in digital marketing? And thinking about it, we said, well, we don't have any data. All the data sits with Google and with Meta and with TikTok. And actually, what we do is we pay them to collect our data, and then we pay them again to give the data back to us. Very clever. And we can only analyze that data to the extent that they provide it to us in whichever format they wish. So we thought, let's actually collect our own data. And then we'll use AI to interrogate our own data. That's clean, raw data that we collect ourselves. And we called this little project Hyperbiscuit. And we applied it to a number of universities in our broader group. And it was actually quite simple. So what we did is we basically planted a cookie on all of our websites, and any individual that visited our website, we then started recording that data in our own database, exactly the same way that Google and Meta and everybody else stores data, but we stored our own data. And it's quite amazing that over the last 2 years, the vast amount of data that we have collected about every step of a customer's journey, right through to enrolling with the university, through to graduating, and we're also looking to see if we can use data to measure impact. So this is the key, and we also realized that we could provide similar tools to a lot of the marketing professionals out there. Simple, cost-effective tools to use AI on data sets that they could collect themselves. So without going into more technical detail of that project, we then turned our attention to radio. And then we said to ourselves, okay, what data do we have about all the radio ads we put out there? And the answer was nothing. There's no data. There's just voice. So we then said, okay, if we're going to analyze radio, we need data. And so I'll start my presentation on the radio project and just give you a little bit of an idea about what we did. I'll try not to go too technical. So what we said to ourselves is, okay, how do we get all this radio data into a data format that we can apply AI to? So obviously the answer is we have to translate all the voice into text. And to do that, we need AI tools. So that was the essence of this project, was to develop AI tools that could translate voice into data. We could get access to radio scripts, either real-time or recorded. So that wasn't too much of a problem. We could get the voice data, but the translation was a big project. Now, why is this relevant to Africa? Because actually in Africa, radio is still the biggest marketing media, especially in rural Africa. I'll talk a little bit to that. So it has massive value, but all that data is lost. It's all lost. So we need to capture it. Now, the stats there saying that radio reaches up to 98% of households, whereas internet in Africa, perhaps 40%. So that just shows that how important radio is. So once you have that data, it's massively powerful. You can use it for research, competitor analysis, languages. So there are some other people also looking at this challenge. Perhaps the most prominent is the Gates Foundation. They've realized the value of translating African languages. So all of that knowledge is lost. But if it can be translated, it'll make a huge impact. Marketing to support culturally relevant topics. And we talk about sustainable marketing. Well, you have to communicate with your local communities. You have to understand their needs in order to implement that. So how does this really work? It's very simple. The first job is to capture all the data. And to do that, we can either obtain the transcripts of the radio broadcasts, or also we can plant receiving stations, which we do. So we can collect the data, collect the radio waves, and then we store it for processing. Then, obviously, the tricky one is to transcribe that data into text. And as I say, some of that's easy when we already have the AI engines, others we're working on. And then once we have the data, we can use AI to do all sorts of things. We can track trends, we can track political movements, we can track keywords, we can track our competitors. We can do so much with the data. It's endless what we can do with the data. So that's, of course, the power of AI, is that we can use machine learning and we can generate insights and we can drive marketing strategies, create ads that are relevant, and we can go on and on with that. It's so powerful once you have the data. So, just to recap, what are our goals? Number one, to index and analyze all Africa radio broadcasts. To capture open data sets for AI language research. We can then support marketing intelligence, crisis detection, unrest, social, economic insights, and on. We can do so much. Then we can train data scientists and linguists how to use data, how to apply this data. And of course, if we get this right, we can make an impact on the economies of the countries. The economic benefit of AI is absolutely enormous. It's been measured, but if we can contribute to that, that's something worthwhile. So, getting back to the AI here, the transcription, we can, and this is getting a little bit technical, so I'll just brush over it, but we can convert live FM and online radio to searchable text with an extremely high accuracy. We've measured the accuracy of our translation to beyond 90%. Sometimes it's tricky with accents or with keywords, which the written word doesn't sound like it is on the radio. But these tools allow us to tweak and to customize so that we can pick up the nuances. And of course, the project of these Africa speech data sets is critical. And then media intelligence. How can we use this data intelligently? Brand mentions. So we've tested this within our own pilot now with our universities. And it's quite fast, as one of the competitors mentioned. Not only in an ad, but how are they mentioned in conversation? Which radio stations do they use? What time slots do they prefer? And we can go, it's amazing what you can do once you have, it's just endless, the data opportunities. We can predict, and we're doing it now, we're saying, okay, our competitors are using these time slots on these radio stations. Let's predict which time slots we should use based on the history of the data we've collected. And of course, this could be very powerful for other purposes as well, tracking disease. If there's a malaria outbreak, research shows that that comes to the attention of the community before it comes to the attention of the authorities. And you can pick up these things in the radio broadcasts. Right, so, and then we talk about predictive modeling. Of course, it's simple. We have data, we've got history, we can do trends. We can use those trends to predict all sorts of things. And there's massive investment in what they call adaptive radio intelligence. And that is to basically boost the capacity of AI beyond just the tracking of speech, but also to predict frequencies and usage of receivers and things like that. So it's actually a huge industry. So radio is not going to go away. It's actually going to become more sophisticated. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we can look at time series in the past to predict trends and so on and so forth. So, what is some of the impact on this? Sentiment analysis. I think we've heard a lot about understanding the customer and what adds value to the customer. We can analyze through this text these things. Real time. Because we operate time, we can immediately pick up something that might impact an ad that we've placed and amend that ad. So it can be real-time interaction. We can translate as the radio is taking place, and we can use that data to apply to our own strategy. Monitoring, of course, we can monitor what's happened in the past. We've got all of that recorded. It's hugely valuable. Instant alerts. We're doing a radio ad campaign. We can receive an SMS when our ad is on the radio. Simple things, but actually very useful. And often you find, and we found this, you do a radio campaign and they promise certain time slots with frequency of ads, but you don't always actually get that. But we know now. We can say that's what we bought. We've got the data. You didn't deliver within those time slots. Silly things, but very useful. Multiple stations. Now, of course, we can track keywords of our own or our competitors across all the stations. Very powerful. And keyword comparisons, and which keywords, all sorts of things around that keyword data. And impact measurement also can be done. I'm almost done. So, in Africa, there are 12,000 approximately radio stations across 54 countries. There are 216,000 transcription hours every single day. 1.3 billion words. How do we store this? Well, it's a lot more efficient to store the text than it is the voice. But for the text, we need 250 terabytes. So we're finding already, we're building a little data warehouse. infrastructure. That's just how much processing power, enormous processing power to handle all of this data. And opportunities. Now we can use AI innovation in rural areas, which were not touched at all in the past by this technology. So that's something about AI in Africa applied to radio, and I hope it was interesting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for that interesting presentation by our very own Mr. Nigel Tattersall. And also to present a very special token of appreciation to Mr. Nigel, we would now like to invite our very own, the President of Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, Professor David Siri N. Jayantha, and also we'd like to invite Dr. Dilhan Jayatilaka, Deputy Project Chair, World Marketing Forum 2025, and also Mr. Asanka Pereira, Project Chair, World Marketing Forum 2025, to join us to present a very special token of appreciation to Mr. Nigel Tattersall, our very own Director and Co-founder of UXI Private Education and the Director Vice President of the African Marketing Confederation as well. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Nigel Tattersall. Thank you very much for taking us a journey in how AI research project for radio analytics by the African Marketing Confederation as well. And thank you very much for that technical analysis and as well as the new possibilities and opportunities as well. I'd like to invite our very own Professor Dasri to remain on stage, as we do have another special token of appreciation. If he's available, we'd like to invite Dr. Shaiful Islam also to join us on stage to receive your special token of appreciation. And if not, we would like to invite, yes, who have taken us on a journey of the Japanese philosophy of continuous improvement. Let's put our hands together to Mr. Katsumoto Takaishi, the Executive Director of the Japan Marketing Association, also on stage to receive the very special token of appreciation. And thank you very much for that wonderful presentation in elaborating more about the operational efficiency and also about the timeless wisdom of Japanese Kaizen philosophy as well. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together to Mr. Katsumoto Takaishi, the Executive Director of Japan Marketing Association. Thank you very much. And from the hands of, yes, our very own President of Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, Professor David Siri N. Jayantha. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for you, Professor, as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and with that, we're going to move along with another very, very special, important segment of this evening as well, because we do have a wonderful gathering of expert and expertise and experience as well, and all of you would rather agree with me because we all have started from our humble beginnings. We do all have started from zero, and that's why we do have a gathering of heroes as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, the importance of giving a strength or a push for someone who has started is very, very important. And that's why the Asia Small Business Federation, ASBF, has come up with a wonderful initiative, the Asia Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge, AYEC, and it's a flagship initiative of the Asia Small Business Federation, establish, cultivate, and inspiring next generation of young entrepreneurs across Asia, and it's designed for high schools, and also university students from ASBF member countries as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to proceed on with the AYEC Awards 2025, and ladies and gentlemen, to welcome all of you and further elaborate more about this wonderful endeavor, I'm about to invite someone very special, and this invitation goes out to, with a warm round of applause, please welcome the President, Asia Small Business Federation, ASBF Sri Lanka, to give us a brief and also a wonderful welcome and to elaborate more about this wonderful initiative. Let's put our hands together to Mr. Gayan Pereira, ladies and gentlemen, the President, Asia Small Business Federation, ASBF Sri Lanka, to address the gathering and to elaborate more. Over to you.
Good afternoon, distinguished invitees of Asia Marketing Federation, European Marketing Confederation, African Marketing Confederation, Asia Small Business Federation, other corporate invitees, members, past presidents, and to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Asia Small Business Federation, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you for the awarding ceremony of the second Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge 2025, right here in the city of Colombo, Sri Lanka. So today we gather to celebrate the spirit of youth, innovation, entrepreneurship, and collaboration across Asia, where young minds from diversified cultures and backgrounds join together to create business ideas that are not only profitable, but also purposeful and sustainable. The Asian Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge, or AYEC, is an initiative of the Asia Small Business Federation, a regional organization that champions the sustainable growth of small and medium enterprises. It's connecting entrepreneurs and institutions across the Asian region. AYC is designed to nurture entrepreneurial mindset among the youth and encouraging them to think as businessmen, critically as well as ethically, and lead the change in their communities. This year, second AYEC 2025, the journey brought together young entrepreneurs from 5 countries. They are mostly high school students and university students who showcase incredible ideas in technology, sustainability, social innovation, and creative industries. We extend our deepest appreciation to all the national contributors, coordinators, mentors, and the jury members who have guided this program and spared their valuable time to groom and mold our young entrepreneurs. We also would like to thank the supporting sponsor, Simplify, www.simplify.com, for supporting this year's competition and empowering young entrepreneurs across Asia. So we hope this new novel award ceremony will flourish as we go on with more participation and more countries in Asia participating and partaking, so that their talent in entrepreneurship gets more sharpened because they compete within the region. So with that note, I would want everyone to be attentive and applaud the winners when we announce. Some are not physically here, but the respective ASBF organization will come and accept it. But from Sri Lanka, we have the winners. There are 2 winners who are physically present here to receive the award. So thank you very much once again for all your contribution. Thank you. And I wish all the winners best of luck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gayan Pera, President, Asia Small Business Federation, ASBF Sri Lanka. Thank you very much for that wonderful initiative, and thank you very much in bringing off all this entrepreneurship culture to inculcate here in Sri Lanka as well. And ladies and gentlemen, coming up next to address the gathering, I would now like to invite, ladies and gentlemen, the President, Asia Small Business Federation, and it's now time to invite Professor Mosaddak Chowdhury to address the gathering. Let's give a very, very warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our very own President, Asia Small Business Federation, Professor Mosaddak Chowdhury. Over to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. It is an absolute honor to welcome you all to the World Marketing Forum 2025, held here in the beautiful and historic land of Sri Lanka, the pearl of the Indian Ocean. This year's theme, Reimagining Marketing into Impact, Asia to the World, truly reflects our shared vision of transforming ideas into meaningful global influence. Sri Lanka, with its rich 2005 years old history, offers the perfect backdrop for this global gathering, from the ancient cities of Anuradhapura and Polonnaruwa to its vibrant cultural diversity spanning Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, and Christianity. This nation stands as a living example of harmony, creativity, and resilience. Qualities there resonate deeply with the spirit of marketing innovation. Today, as we stand at the crossroad of technology, creativity, and human connection, we are reminded that marketing is no longer just about selling products. It's about creating impact. Through this forum, we aim to explore how Asian insights, values, and innovations can inspire the world. We are deeply grateful to the Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, SLIM, for hosting this global event, and to the Ministry of Industry and Entrepreneurs Development for their continuous support in making this possible. A heartfelt thank you to our international collaborators, the Asia Marketing Federation and the Asia Small Business Federation, for their partnership and commitment to advancing marketing excellence across continents. We are also privileged to have with us visionary thought leaders such as Professor Philip Kotler, Harmawan Kartajaya, Jackie Mushri, whose work, reimagining operational excellence, inspirations from Asia, continues to guide and inspire us forward innovation and excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, let us use this platform to share ideas, forge collaborations, and shape the future of marketing, not just for profit, but for purpose, progress, and positive change. Once again, thank you to all our distinguished guests, partners, and delegates for joining us this AYEC prize giving ceremony after a perfect competitions with various participants. Congratulations to all our winners and also the participants for their best efforts. Together, let's reimagining marketing, turning impact into inspiration, and taking Asia to the world. Thank you very much for your patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to invite, yes indeed, our very own Professor Musadak Chowdhury to remain on stage, join us on stage once again. Please can we have you, sir, because we do have a set of wonderful awards to be handed over. And to join the presentation party, we would like to invite, yes, Professor Musadak Chowdhury, the President of the Asia Small Business Federation, ASBF, and also we'd like to invite Dr. Ho Dan Hao, the tri-founder of ASBF, and also we'd like to invite Mr. Gayan Pereira, President, ASBF Sri Lanka, Professor Devasiri N. Jayantha, President, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, and Dr. Dilhan Sampath Jayatillaka, Senior Vice President, Education and Research, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, to join us on stage for the presentation party. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move along with the AYEC Awards, and let's find out the Asia Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge, AYEC, proudly organized by the Asia Small Business Federation, ASBF, and also together with the Asia Small Business Federation of Sri Lanka. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the presentation party. Here we go, and we're going to find out the second Asian Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge 2025. Now, we do have a lot of interesting participants all over from Asia, and let's find out who's going to be the winner in each category. And starting along with the Best Financial Plan, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the winner of the Best Financial Plan in the AYEC Awards, and it goes out to Iskole Bus, School Bus from Sri Lanka. Congratulations. A proud moment to share as we celebrate the top best in Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, the second Asian Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge 2025. Congratulations to the Best Financial Plan, Iskole Bus, School Bus from Sri Lanka. From the hands of our presentation party, Professor Musadak Chowdhury, Dr. Hui Dan Hao, and also Mr. Gayan Pereira, together with Professor Devasiri N. Jayantha, receiving and giving away the special award and the certificate for the Best Financial Plans. Congratulations, Iskole Bus, Sri Lanka. And coming up next, we're going to move along with the best innovative idea. And at the top best in Asia, the best innovative idea award goes out to Open Nets from Vietnam. Congratulations. And we'd like to invite a representative from Vietnam to join us on stage to receive it on behalf of the winner. Congratulations for the best innovative idea. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to Open Nets from Vietnam. And a representative from Vietnam will be receiving it from behalf of the winner today and this evening. Top Best in Asia, AYEZ, the Asian Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge 2025. And coming up next from Best Innovative Idea, we're going to move along in finding out the best market potential, ladies and gentlemen. And this evening at the AYEZ Challenge 2025, it goes out to Binhi Bruce from Philippines. And yes, Dr. Tilhan Sampachatilka, Senior Vice President, also joining us on stage and marking the award presentation of the AYEZ Top Best in Asia. Congratulations, Best Market Potential, Binhi Bruce from Philippines. Everybody, let's give another round of applause. Congratulations. And marking up the Entrepreneurship Excellence right here, the Top Best in Asia, the Best Operational Plan Award this evening at the World Marketing Forum goes out to, congratulations, Stema from Sri Lanka. Congratulations, STEMA, Stema, Sri Lanka, the best operational plan at the Top Best in Asia, the second Asian Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge 2025, right here at the World Marketing Forum. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together, everybody. Stema, Sri Lanka, best operational plan. Congratulations. And coming up next is going to be the best presentation, and at this category, let's find out who's going to be the winner. And ladies and gentlemen, Top Best in Asia, Asia Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge 2025. Best Presentation Award goes out to Knuckles from Indonesia. A very familiar name to Sri Lanka as well, Knuckles. If my pronunciation is right, N-U-K-L-E-U-S, Knuckles from Indonesia. Let's put our hands together. Best Presentation, Top Best in Asia, Asia Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge 2025, Knuckles, Indonesia. Congratulations. Receiving the award for the best presentation. And coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the final award of today's evening proceedings in finding out the best out of the best in Asia and inculcating a culture of entrepreneurship and in supporting the youth in making the entrepreneurship as a contribution. Second Asian Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge 2025. And the best sustainable concept this evening goes out to Biofood Strip from Indonesia. Once again, everybody, congratulations. Let's put our hands together. Best sustainable concept, Biofood Strip from Indonesia. And also, let us all put our hands together for all our winners. Skolibus Sri Lanka, Open Nets Vietnam, Bini Bruce Philippines, Tema Sri Lanka, Knuckles Indonesia, and Barefoot Strip Indonesia. Thank you very much for our presentation party. Let's give a round of applause, everybody. Congratulations. And also, to add the closing remarks at the AYEZ Awards, the Asia Youth Entrepreneurship Awards Challenge 2025. It's my pleasure and honor in inviting the Associate Professor Dato Eric Crow, the Vice President of the Asia Small Business Federation and the President of the Asia Small Business Federation Malaysia. Let's put our hands together to Assistant Professor Dato Eric Crow to address the gathering and to join up with the closing remarks and the vote of thanks. Over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Asia Small Business Federations, ASBF, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the winners of this year's award. Your creativity, innovations, and resilience truly reflects the spirit of Asia entrepreneurial excellence. For those who didn't make it this year, please do not be discouraged. Every great success story begins with perseverance. Keep building, keep innovating, and we look forward to seeing you come back stronger, bolder, and better in the year ahead. Remember, this award is held annually, and we can't wait to celebrate your success next time. Beyond the AYEC Award, ASPS is also proud to present the Bella Award, which recognize and celebrate outstanding women entrepreneurs across Asia who are making remarkable contribution in business and society. We invite you to learn more and connect with us via our website, smallbusinessfederation.asia. Together we can continue to empower entrepreneurs, foster innovations, and drive inclusive growth throughout the regions. Once again, congratulations to all winners and to every participant here today. Thank you for your passion, courage, and commitment in making a difference. Let's continue to rise together as one united Asia, shaping a better future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Associate Professor Dato Eric Kerr and the Vice President of the Asia Small Business Federation. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we do have another very special segment as well, and we are about to find out two lucky winners and say congratulations to each and every one of you, ladies and gentlemen. As you already know, there have been a wonderful competition been happening with the courtesy of Tetris Private Limited, our web solution partner. And yes, if you have already scanned the QR code and you have already been a part of it, you're definitely going to be one of the lucky winners of the Airport 4 winner, and as well as a winner for the iPad as well. And it's now time to unveil who are the winners and to hand over the prizes. It's now a pleasure in inviting, in representing the Tetris management, we'd like to invite Muknath Tektamurthy, the Chief Financial Officer of Tetris Private Limited, Remin Hodges, the Vice President Operations, and also Tetris Private Limited. And also we'd like to invite Rashod Charmikara, the Associate Director of Product and Research and Development of Tetris Private Limited, to join us on stage to hand over the lucky winners. Ladies and gentlemen, the iPad 11. Let's find out who's going to be the winner. And we'd like to invite, yes, the Airport 4 winner. You can collect your prize at the booth of the Tetris as well. And we'd like to invite you to join at the middle of the stage as we are ready to give away the prize that you've been looking forward, iPad 11. And thank you very much for being a part of the World Marketing Forum and in giving away such a fabulous prize for one of you from our distinguished partners as well. Everybody, let's find out who's going to be the lucky winner. You're right, I know that all eyes on here, and yes, and out of all the delegates who have participated for this competition, the winner this evening, World Marketing Forum 2025, the iPad 11 winner is going to be, congratulations to Damit Jayawardena. Damit Jayawardena, you are the lucky winner of the iPad 11. Congratulations. Representing DB Logistic, there we go. I think the smile will tell you it's all. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations for the iPad 11 winner, the courtesy of Tetris, our very own official web partner. Thank you very much, Tetris Private Limited, joining in as our official web partner and also coming up with something exciting for all our participants. Let's put our hands together, everybody. Congratulations, Damit Jayawardena. Thank you very much. All right, and also thank you very much to our presentation party, Tetris Private Limited. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and I know that we are all packed with an excitement-filled day as well. And to do the honors and to officially say thank you to each and every one of you, I'm about to invite someone very, very special. And also, on behalf of the organizing committee, ladies and gentlemen, World Marketing Forum 2025, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our international participants, for all our local participants, and for the marketing fraternity here, gathered here under one roof. I think we do have such a fabulous energy, and thank you very much for all of your engagement, encouragement, and also in bringing forward for something new and a better world for all of us here as well. And also, ladies and gentlemen, to do the honors, to add the closing remarks and to add the word of thanks for these wonderful 2 days of gathering, 12th and 13th of November 2025 at Mount Lavinia, Colombo, Sri Lanka. It is my honor in inviting to conclude the session along with the word of thanks and also closing remarks, Please put your hands together in inviting the co-founder of the World Marketing Forum. Please welcome Mr. Satoshi Fujii, the official, to do the closing remarks and the closing speech as well. Let's put our hands together to Mr. Satoshi Fujii.
日本マーケティング協会会長の重です。第5回ワールドマーケティングフォーラム、スリランカという美しい誇り高い国で盛況のうちに終了しましたことを心よりお喜び申し上げます。今回のテーマは Re-Imaging Marketing into Impact Asia to the World、 もう一度見つめ直し、アジアから世界へ新たな価値と変化を生み出していこうという強い意志が込められております。近年、アジアは確実に世界の中心へと歩みを進めています。その背景には、効率や技術だけでなく、人々の思い、文化の力、そして現場で積み重ねられてきた創意工夫があります。スリランカはまさにその象徴です。長い歴史と豊かな文化を受け継ぎながら、幾多の試練を乗り越え、希望を持って未来を切り開こうとしております。人を信じる力、学び続ける姿勢、助け合う心こそアジアが世界に示す真の強さであると改めて感じました。今回のフォーラムでは、AI やデジタルなど最先端のテーマが取り上げられましたが、どのセッションにも共通していたのは、マーケティングは人のためにあるという信念です。人々の暮らしを豊かにし、社会をより良くすることこそ、イントゥインパクトの真の意味であります。このフォーラムを導いてくださったすべての方々に心より感謝申し上げます。深い洞察と指針を示してくださったスリランカ大統領閣下、温かい励ましをくださった首相閣下、そして世界のマーケティングを切り開いたフィリップ・コトラー先生とヘルマワン・カルタジャヤ先生に深く敬意を表します。さらにこの貴重な場を支えてくださったデワシリ・ジャヤンタ博士を代表とするスリランカマーケティング協会の皆様、そしてアジアマーケティング連盟の皆様に心より御礼を申し上げます。アジアのマーケティングは今や学ぶ側から世界を動かす側へと進化しております。私たちが国や文化を超えて知恵と情熱を重ねることで、必ず社会に確かな変化を生み出すことができる。その確信をこのスリランカの地で新たにいたしました。皆様、本当にありがとうございました。次のフォーラムで再びお会いできることを心より楽しみにしております。
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for our very own Mr. Satoshi Fujii of the co-founder World Marketing Forum for that closing remarks as well. Ladies and gentlemen, and we do have another very special token of appreciation to be presented, and to do the honors, I would like to invite President, Sri Lanka Institute of Marketing, Professor Devasiri N. Jayanta, to join us on stage. And the next special token of appreciation goes out to, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and saying a very, very big thank you to none other than the Chief Executive, Chartered Institute of Marketing, and the Vice President, European Marketing Confederation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to Mr. Chris Daly to join us on stage to receive the very special token of appreciation. And we say thank you very much to Chartered Institute of Marketing, and also very specially to our Chief Executive of Chartered Institute of Marketing and the Vice President, European Marketing Confederation, Mr. Chris Daly. Thank you very much for gracing the occasion. Everybody, let's give a warm round of applause. World Marketing Forum 2025. Congratulations and thank you very much to Mr. Chris Daly, Chief Executive, Chartered Institute of Marketing, Vice President, European Marketing Confederation. And it's a great honor and pleasure in hosting each and every one of you for these 2 days. And also, we got a lot more things interesting as well. And also inviting all our foreign delegates that the brand excellence will be happening at the Monarch Imperial, and the shuttle service will be leaving at 4:30 right from the lobby. So make sure that you are ready and be at the lobby by 4:30 p.m. to leave for the brand excellence, which is happening today as well. And everybody, thank you very much. With that, we conclude the World Marketing Forum 2025. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we say thank you very much and looking forward to see you. Exciting things, many more lined up here in Colombo, Sri Lanka, and all around the globe and world as well. Thank you very much and have a blissful evening. And together we say thank you very much on behalf of World Marketing Forum 2025. Have a blissful evening and have a wonderful journey together with all of the fraternity of marketing right here. Thank you very much.
Unstoppably majestic, unstoppably gracious, unstoppably ambitious. At Sri Lanka, being unstoppable has taken our brands and our identity to the world. Today we are proudly hosting 14 nations and the greatest minds in marketing at the biggest marketing event in history.